Welcome to D.A. Ex Machina. Together, we'll explore the writings of D.A. Roberts along with other authors, with a particular emphasis on the horror genre. We'll discuss writing, the inspiration behind horror stories, as well as the possibility that monsters might not be safely locked away in the pages of fiction. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, folks, and thank you for joining us on the 17th edition of the D.A. Ex Machina show. Joining us tonight is my usual partner in crime, Steve Wildman Monrotus, and the one and only Jonathan Maberry. I'm deeply honored to have Jonathan on the show. I'm a huge fan of his, and I'm just really thrilled to introduce him and be able to say I have Jonathan Maberry on the show. So, sir, for those that aren't as familiar with your work, if you'd take a moment to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your background and just take it from there, sir.
Thanks, and thanks for having me on, guys. This is
thank you.
A real pleasure. So yeah, Jonathan Maberry. I'm a multi-genre author. I write horror, thriller, science fiction, fantasy. Epic fantasy is my latest thing. I write for middle grade, young adult, and mostly adult. I also write comics for Marvel, IDW, and Dark Horse. I had a TV show called V-Wars based on one of my book series that was on Netflix, and got some stuff in development for film and TV right now. And I'm also an editor. I edit Weird Tales magazine, and I'm the president of the International Association of Media Tie-in Writers, people who write novels and so on, tied to books, movies, TV, games, and so on. And other stuff I'm probably forgetting. I'm generally a busy guy, but having a hell of a lot of fun.
Well, you're certainly a man of many hats, and I've got to say, everything I've read, I have not read everything you've written, but I'm working on it. But I am a huge fan of what I read. I love the Joe Ledger books. I think you do a fight scene like very few others. Just fantastic. Enjoy the books from beginning to end. And if you all haven't checked out any of Jonathan Maberry's books, you really should. I put his links to his Facebook author page as well as his personal page are both in the chat tonight for everybody. So check those out, and make sure you give us a subscribe and like. And if you have questions for Mr. Maberry, put them in the chat, and I'll be happy to ask those as well. But I just wanted to kick things off and say you had kind of an interesting background prior to becoming a writer. You write from more of a position of authority because you're certainly a man that's accustomed to an action scene or two in his own life. Would you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I got involved in martial arts when I was 6, so I've been doing it for 58 years, 57 years, something like that. I started in Hapkido, which is a Korean martial art, but switched to jiu-jitsu, Japanese jiu-jitsu, and I've been doing that forever. And I was a bodyguard for several years in the entertainment industry. I was a bouncer in a strip club. God help me.
I actually did that once myself.
Yeah, it sounds like a great job, but it is incredibly depressing
Yes.
and violent. You're fighting all the time. I was the expert witness for the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office for murder cases involving martial arts, and also taught martial arts history, women's self-defense, and jiu-jitsu at Temple University for 14 years. So I've had a pretty diverse background in this. I have written 20-some nonfiction books of martial arts, hundreds of martial arts articles, and nowadays I'm retired from teaching martial arts, but I do teach workshops on how to write fight scenes, because I am a snob when it comes to a fight scene. I hate badly written fight scenes. I hate bad fight scenes in movies, and I want to see writers do it the correct way. And you can. I mean, I don't care if they're fighting vampires or dragons. The fight scene still has to make some sense. So
absolutely, I totally agree.
Well,
Steve, I know you're dying to ask some questions. I'll let you have a shot.
God. So I come from a different background than DA. Of course, DA is former law enforcement. He's a writer, 22 books to his name. I'm not a writer. I'm just a huge fan. And I told DA that I was in a very awkward position tonight because he's my favorite independent writer. You are my favorite writer. You have been from day one. I picked up Ghost Road Blues and ran from there. And I do enjoy your fight scenes greatly. You're the first person I ever read who let his heroes run out of ammo. And I thought that was the coolest thing because I had pretty much of a handgun background. And it always used to irritate me watching movies like Beverly Hills Cop. You see they don't cut away and the guy fires 80 rounds out of a pistol. It's like,
yeah.
yes, but I remember the first time.
Part of the reason I did that with the ammunition is, aside from the fact that people do run out of ammunition and you don't carry an unlimited number of magazines. When I was a bodyguard, I carried a 5-shot Smith & Wesson Chief Special. That's 5 shots, and
That's it.
That's it. We didn't carry more rounds because we were bodyguarding rock stars at venues, and last thing you want to do is fire a lot of rounds into the crowd. So if I had run out of bullets, and that pistol would have been a club. That's it. It doesn't magically refill.
Right. Well, I thought it was interesting when I was reading the first big fight scene in Mission Zero, and Joe runs out and then uses the barrel as a weapon. I laughed out loud. I'm like, I like this guy. I want to buy more of his books.
I have a buddy that refers to that as Thing Fu, using anything you can get your hands on to beat somebody with.
Actually, in jiu-jitsu, there is a thing called Hadaku Kurosu. It means the art of the naked kill. It's a sub-science based on using anything as a weapon. And anything is a pretty broad category. It's technically not anything. It has to either be seen or felt. So like something like a strand of hair or a drop of a soft contact lens, they can't be used because you can't see them. But everything else pretty much can, whether it's a weapon of distraction or so on. And this is one of the fun things that we used to teach. It's kind of like MacGyver gone bad, because you can pick up, like a squeezy toy. You can pick up a bottle of vitamins. You can pick up a stuffed Cthulhu, and each, in some way, they can either become a weapon that will cause harm or a weapon that will distract and allow you to do harm with your natural weapons, hands and feet. So yeah, that's a real thing. It's a real science, and it is not, weirdly, it is not widely taught in the martial arts. I would have thought that'd be one of the first things that everybody wants to teach their students, because you can't walk down the street with a katana or a pair of nunchakus, but coins in your pocket, ring of keys, your credit card, your cell phone, all very dangerous weapons.
Speaking of katana, I found that picture.
Oh, well, yeah. Somebody brought a katana to one of my book signings, yes, and asked me to pose. I've been doing kenjutsu
awesome.
for almost as long. I've been doing kenjutsu almost as long as I've been doing jiu-jitsu, and that is the thing I still continue to do. I go out in the canyons. I live in Southern California. I go out in the canyons and find a nice quiet place alone and do sword forms, and it's very, very calming to the spirit.
I would imagine. The naked kill you're mentioning, I read about that in a book, Shibumi by Trevanyan.
Yep.
Great book.
Mm-hmm.
I often wondered if that was a real thing.
It is a real thing. He had a slightly different name for it in Shibumi. I forget what he called it, but it's the same art.
Mm-hmm. I think it was Hoda Kurusu.
Hoda Kurusu, which is actually not the right word. It's Hadaka. Hadaka means naked. So the idea is, and by naked, it means you are without a conventional weapon of any kind. No knife, no sword, no spear. So it's whatever you can pick up or use, and that also includes your environment. Like if you're in a fight in an elevator, the walls of the elevator become your weapons and your allies if you know how to use them right, or your enemy if you don't.
That's kind of very similar to what they teach in Krav Maga.
Mm-hmm.
Using literally anything you can get your hands on.
As it should be. I mean, it's just practical. You can't be unarmed if you have an understanding of how fighting works. And one of the mistakes that's made in a lot of martial arts is they focus on technique rather than on fundamentals of fundamental principles. Like if you understand physics, physiology, anatomy, psychology, the law, you can make up techniques at need, because you understand, how your body can generate power, how it can withstand, how the other, But if you only rely on technique and the technique fails, your confidence is disturbed, and that becomes a problem, because the techniques are not one size fit all. I mean,
absolutely,
a block and a counterpunch would work really well on somebody your own size, but if I'm fighting that guy who played the Mountain in Game of Thrones, standard. If you say you're somebody 5'5" and he's 35 feet tall, whatever the hell he was, kaiju guy, if he's throwing a punch, that block is not going to work the way it would work for a bigger person. So you have to
put a lot more force into it,
or less, or evade, parry, do anything except oppose power to power, and the practicality of learning the fundamentals of how combat works as a science. allows you to always have a potential answer for that.
Broughton says, I tried to take a women's defense class. Not good. Had a full-blown panic attack. Yeah, I'm all big and bad. Well,
I actually can talk about that for a quick second, because I taught women's self-defense for 35 years total. A lot of the women's self-defense programs are watered down versions of things like karate and kung fu. And the problem is you don't want to water something down if somebody has to use it to defend their lives. And you don't want to try to, as a lot of people do, try to get women to fight like men. The anatomy is different. Muscle density is different. Bone density is different. Height and reach are different. So you teach them to fight like themselves. And again, going to the fundamental principles of very few techniques. And ideally, any group of students, any group of teachers includes female teachers. Like I had women in my staff, because there are women who have been through so much trauma. They won't be able to hear from a man the information they need to hear, but a woman can reach them on a different level. And that level of empathy allows them to reach the student who needs to hear the information that they can learn. A lot of women bail out of self-defense classes because clearly they're not sensibly created for women students. Yeah. And that's part of the arrogance a lot of men bring to the martial arts.
That's unfortunate. Well, obviously we can't have you on the show without talking books, especially your books. I understand that Relentless, the next Rogue Team International book, comes out July 13th. Am I right? There it is. I've been digging for spoilers, and Little Bird says that this is pretty dark stuff.
Yeah, I got a lot of heat from what happened at the end of Rage. I got a lot of heat from people about that, because really, really bad things happened to Joe Ledger, to people Joe Ledger cares about, and he has left a mess. And not that he was exactly, the poster boy for psychological well-being to begin with. I mean, the guy, to use pure clinical terms, is as crazy as a bag of hamsters. So he's, so then you take
that's a funny way to put it. I love that.
Well, I'm using proper clinical phrasing. When you take a character who's already compromised and then you mess with him more, you tend to unlock something. And in this case, it's even hinted at the very end of the book. He says, how do you, when they turn on all the lights, what do you do? Originally, earlier in that same epilogue, he says that you learn to use the darkness, but that isn't what happens at the end. He says you become the darkness. So in this book, he has become the darkness, and his wheels are not on the tracks.
He was civil with a black belt before it all started.
What's that?
He was civil with a black belt before it all started.
Yeah, he really was. But he's a mess. He's a mess in this book, and it's the longest Joe Ledger book. It's by far the most violent Joe Ledger book, which is a high bar, because they're not Curious George novels. I had so much fun writing it. He and Ghost go hunting and leave the rest of his allies behind, and they don't know where he is, or they know what he's doing because they're reading the police reports about the bodies they keep finding. But yeah, it's a crazy story.
I'm looking forward to reading it.
Well, we were talking about how you got some hate before we went on the air. I shared that my wife, who's also a huge fan, put you on a literary timeout after reading Rage. So she had to take a little break from you.
She is not out of line to have done that. I'm just saying. She's well within her rights to have done that. Yep. And that's one of the things about the story. I mean, when you're doing a series where you have a character who's been through, I mean, this is the 12th Joe Ledger novel, plus there are, a whole bunch of Joe Ledger short stories, and he appears in other books. When you've pushed the character through all those, through all of those different traumas, you're at risk of running out of things to do with the character. Like James Bond, in the early James Bond books, he went through some real trauma. The torture at the beginning of Casino Royale and a few other things, the death of his wife. But then after a while, it was just, James Bond would show up. There would be no emotional arc for him. It would be, just doing the James Bond stuff. And I didn't ever want to do that with Joe Ledger. I wanted there to always be an emotional arc for him. So working with psychologists and friends who are, very expert in PTSD, some because they are experiencing PTSD, I've been able to keep Joe coasting on the edge of psychological collapse. But his boss wants him on that edge because that's when he's the most effective and dangerous. You can't predict someone who's about to snap. You can't predict what he's going to do. And so I'm having fun with it. And I'm already planning the next Joe Ledger book, Discord, which I'll be writing toward the end of this year. I've got 2 more books to finish before then.
You're very prolific.
That's a funny thing. I went to journalism school, Temple University Journalism School, and they taught us to be fast. Write it fast and dirty, fix it and rewrite, move on. And when I switched from nonfiction writing to fiction in the early 2000s, my first book, Ghost Red Blues, was published in 2006. I brought that same work ethic that I'd been taught in journalism school to this, and I like being a high output writer. So since 2006, I am working on my 42nd novel. I've written 125 short stories, 20 some graphic novels or collections of comics that were in graphic novels, edited about 20 anthologies, and just a whole bunch of other stuff. So I knock stuff out pretty quickly, but that's the speed that I like to write at. I found that when I have a lot of time, like extra time, I tend to write stuff in a story that I know will eventually have to be cut out. It becomes self-indulgent. Yeah. So I actually write my best when I'm fast. And that's something, there's a couple of friends of mine who are also high output writers. Kevin J. Anderson is a great example of that. Mm-hmm. The man will have written a novel by the time we finish this discussion. He does it by dictating as he hikes. So he's also fit, the bastard. And he's 170 novels, I think he has out.
Wow.
Rachel Kane, who sadly passed a few months ago, was another one of those writers. She could knock out a book like that. There are a number of writers who are in that high output category. It is not something you want to aspire to unless you love the fast lane. If you don't love the fast lane, it becomes a pain in the ass really quickly. If you do love it, that's great. But it's not something to aspire to. Find the lane that you are at, where you do your best work, and drive that lane.
That's kind of what I've been doing since my back injury. I had to leave law enforcement due to a back injury, and the last 18 months I've been doing a full completed manuscript every 4 to 8 weeks.
Wow, that's great. Yeah, I enjoy diving into big projects. This year, I've already written an epic fantasy novel, 173,000 words. Kagan Dam.
It's a big one.
Fantasy, yeah. And my editor didn't want me to cut any of it, which I was like, really? Wow. We just got cover blurbs from Kevin Anderson, and James Rollins just gave us a brilliant cover blurb for it. Michael Moorcock is reading it now, which still freaks me out a little bit. He's one of my heroes from when I was a kid. I don't know if you guys know Michael Moorcock's fantasy, but the Elric of Melna Bonet novels and all those.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I've read all of those.
Yeah, he's amazing, and he's like 300 years old, but a great guy. He's reading it. David Farland, who wrote the Rune Lord series, is reading it. So, we'll see how it goes. But I have to write. I'm writing a science fiction novel right now that I'll wrap up probably mid-July, and then I dive right into the second Kagan book, and it'll probably be just about as long.
It's fantastic.
Book.
Uh,
yeah, what do we think of the publish date on that?
Wait, I'm sorry, you're both.
Oh, I'm sorry. What are we thinking of publishing date on Kagan?
Kagan, they're saying late spring, early summer, and they want to publish the second book only 6 months later.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah. So they want to make a big splash. It's going to be from St. Martin's Griffin, and what's interesting is that's an imprint of Macmillan, and Tor Books is an imprint of Macmillan. So they're both imprints in the same house, but they're at war trying to claim a big piece of real estate within the epic fantasy world. So I'm fine with that.
Heck yeah. I might.
Yeah.
I actually had a world building exercise in fantasy writing that I've been working on for a few years, off and on my own. So eventually, I will produce my own fantasy novel as well. But it's probably not going to be anytime soon.
Well,
hey, Steve,
it's worth doing. And one thing I found that I've always, I started reading fantasy with the Conan books, right? I loved the map on the Conan books. So the first thing I did is I drafted out a map, and then I hired Kat Scully, who is a notable artist in the horror community, to do a map for Kagan. And that map
that's gorgeous.
It'll actually be in the book. So, but having the map made the world so real for me, and it really helped me with the world building, because you can see distances and so on. Rather than keep it in your head, you have a guide for, like, here are the mountains, here's the ocean, there's islands. What are the neighbors, neighboring countries. It really helps set a true sense of place for it. And I'm glad that we're including the map in the book. So it's pretty fun. So I suggest you do that.
Yeah, I've got a hand-drawn map for the world that I've been building on my own, but I would like to have somebody with some actual skill at cartography take a crack at it.
Well, Kat Scully is she's reasonably priced. She's excellent, and I couldn't recommend her highly enough. She's fantastic.
That's awesome. I appreciate it. I may have to look into that. Steve, I was wondering if you I know the story behind this picture myself, but I know our audience doesn't. I thought maybe you could explain this picture.
Oh, no. So, yeah, that we were talking before the show, how I was heading on a meeting Jonathan 7 or 8 years ago, and I was on a vacation in D.C. I just gotten divorced, and had to do the Smithsonian and all the stuff there, and I happened to be in Willow Grove, Pennsylvania, and I guess, like a lot of book junkies, I have to go by a brick and mortar bookstore when I can find one. And so I ducked into the Barnes and Noble there in Willow Grove, and I had seen Jonathan about a week or two before on a History Channel special about zombies. He was a subject matter expert, and he's got a fairly distinctive voice. I'm like, I know this voice. I don't know why I know it, but I know it. I looked around one of the shelves, and he's sitting there at a table having a writer's workshop with some other writers, and of course I nearly had a heart attack. It's like meeting Elvis or something. I was ridiculously excited, and my friend Matt, who I do, I guess. I'm a nurse. I'm a weird guy, but my friend Matt was equally as excited. And like, that's John Maberry. He's like, no, it's not. And of course the kind folks at Barnes and Noble, it's like, oh yeah, John's in here all the time. So I grabbed the first book of yours I could find on the shelf to have you autograph it. Of course, I obviously paid for it right afterwards, but I had the honor of a signed copy of Rotten Ruin, and my oldest daughter is a huge fan of the Rotten Ruin series. I got her reading it when she was a teenager, and she keeps on trying to talk me out of that book, and I'm like, no, not happening. But
I'll tell you what, Steve. Send me her name and and address, and I will send her a signed copy of the book.
Oh my God, she would be absolutely ecstatic. She did ask me to ask you a question. I gave her I gave my wife the option to give me one question to ask you, and then her. She wanted me to ask you where you got the motivation for Nyx and Lila in the Rotten Ruin series, because she reads a lot, and she said that they are the strongest female characters, especially adolescent female characters, she's ever read, and it's unusual.
Well, it may be a little bit cultural for me because, like I said, I started martial arts when I was a kid. So, dojos tend to have male and female students. I've met a lot of female students over the years and instructors who were just tough as hell. But really, Nyx is based on a girl that I fell in love with when I was a teenager, and just absolutely floored me. We didn't actually wind up being a real couple, but she was the girl I really loved. And one of the things I found out about her by being a friend with her and talking to her is that she was not interested in being anyone's girlfriend. She was interested in finding someone to be in a relationship with, but not as a footnote in the other person's story. She had her own strength of will, her own thoughts and views, and so on. And this is 1973, 4. Very, very tough. Lila is based on several different girls I knew when I was a teenager, when I was apprenticing teaching women's self-defense before I began teaching it myself. who had been through horrible traumas and had risen to the level of their own potential, their own strength. And I'd seen helpless female characters, the Last Girls and all that. I was so tired of reading about girls who get rescued. I want to see a girl rescue the boy. I want to see a girl just fight for herself and kick some serious ass, because I wrote it with the ability to look back on 30 some years teaching women self-defense, knowing how tough women can get. When I taught those classes, I had a team of guys called the Bomb Squad, big, tough guys, all volunteers, most of whom had joined my team because they knew someone, a female friend, relative, whatever, who had been assaulted, and they wanted to be part of the solution rather than another guy who was grouped into the problem. And at the end of the semester, those guys, even though we wore full body armor, head to toe, we looked like we had been through a grain thresher. The women, because we didn't teach them to fight nice. We taught them to fight vicious. Taught them all the nasty tricks. We even had one woman go so off on one of my guys, she tore open a leather chest protector. I could not do that. Now, granted, next day when she came into class, she had some pulled muscles and stuff from, that, but she still tore open a leather chest protector. It took 3 of us to pull her off of the guy. He's laying there hurt, but laughing his ass off because she destroyed him. It was great. So, I base a lot of my female characters on women that I've known, girls and women that I've known over the years, because I'm so impressed with that level of strength that women can get to. It's easier for men to feel strong because we are physically larger most of the time, denser muscle and all that. But when a woman rises to embrace her strength and defines it as female strength, not as a version of male strength, it is awesome and scary. And I gave those qualities to Nyx, Lila, and later on to the character of Riot, who joins the series by book 3.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
The lady that commented earlier about the women's self-defense seems to vindicate exactly what you were saying. She said, my teacher was a man policeman and I was a survivor of domestic abuse. Good man, but when he yelled and came at me, I crumpled. Love your books, gentlemen. Can't wait for Dixie's Steve Lilly book. Well, a lot of people looking for that. Naomi Finn says it's not the best defense, but I recommend every woman keep a can of wasp spray nearby. Has a 20-foot range, and anyone who gets it in their eyes has to go to the emergency room. That's a good point.
Good point. You will lose the lawsuit, sadly, because unless you're working as a park ranger, there is no way you can justify carrying the wasp spray around. Perfume is better because perfume burns the eyes, and if you can't see, you have a better advantage to them. But there are a lot of other things you can do too. I'm a big fan of a pen, good old fashioned pen.
Oh yeah. Aurelio wants to know where we get our shirts. Mine's from Amazon.
Mine came from Hawaii. My sister lives in Honolulu, and she'll send them to me from Cook Street periodically. Jonathan, I know you've got a collection.
Well, this one in particular comes from Kauai. I was the keynote for the Kauai Writers Conference a few years ago, and I bought a whole suitcase worth of Hawaiian shirts. But most of what I've been wearing lately, if anyone tunes into my Ask Me Anything that I do every week, the shirts I'm wearing there are from Big Fun Shirt Company, my favorite shirt company. It's in Eureka, California. It's a mother and son team, and they're all hand sewn. The patterns match, so like where the seam is, the pattern will match. They are the best shirts in the world, and they also make pillowcases. And yes, I now have pillowcases with my Hawaiian shirt pattern on them. Sue me. What can I say?
That's awesome.
Amazing.
Thomas says, hey guys. Hey Thomas. Gretchen says, Naomi, mine talked of killing me in front of my 4 little kids, and my 4-year-old boy came running me saying, don't let daddy stay here. He has a gun. He's going to kill you. That's terrible. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Men have a lot to answer for, and it's going to take a lot for that to be fixed. It's not going to happen because men are forced to. It's going to happen because men choose to open their hearts and keep their hands to themselves.
Exactly.
I think men need to realize as a general rule that they can be nurturing, and
yes.
They don't have to be the what am I looking for? Just the callous ass, like I mentioned earlier, I'm a registered nurse. It's still a predominantly female occupation, and I always get the "Oh, why aren't you a doctor?" Or, "Oh, you must be gay." Neither of which offend me. I'm not a doctor because I don't want to be a doctor, but you can be compassionate.
We have a lot in our culture to fix, and it has to happen. The change has to come from parent to child. Men need to teach their sons how to be good human beings, and you can look at the code of the samurai Bushido. The tenets they talk about are compassion and benevolence and loyalty and honor, and just follow that. Those codes. It kind of will be the better angel that you need whispering to you in your ear.
Absolutely.
We just need to actually do it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Do you use real world inspiration for your characters, or some of or are they just complete constructs?
It depends. Most of the characters are a bit of an amalgam. In fact, in the Rotten Ruin series, almost every major character there is based on a real person. In fact, some of them I use their real names. Captain Strunk, Captain of the Town Guard, is my buddy Keith Strunk, who is a writer also. Solomon Jones, the bounty hunter who shows up in the later books, is a writer friend of mine, and one of those people who is a great inspiration because he went from living on the street to being a deacon in his church, a best-selling author, a good family man. Showing that you can rise above your own, limitations. So those characters are based on real people. Now I already mentioned Nix and Lila, but a lot of characters like Joe Ledger is a bit of me. The things about me that are in Joe Ledger, his sarcasm, his love of good coffee, his Hawaiian shirts, and his humanism. Because, like me, he is mostly apolitical. I hate people on both sides because they put their own agenda above the needs of the people they're supposed to be serving. I have a little more of an altruistic thing that if you're called to public service, be a freaking public servant.
Not self-servant.
Yeah, it should never be. You should never hear of something voted along party lines because that means it's agenda. It's not ethics. So. Joe has a bit of that because that's my soapbox, but also there's elements of a couple other people I've known, some special operators I've known, a couple of cops I've known, different aspects of them went into Joe. And with most of my characters, there's a bit of that. There's like this trait from that person, that trait from another person. And that's a great way to build characters because I can remember conversations I had with the people that are kind of the source material. And I remember everything down to facial tics and so on, and mannerisms, so that when I write them, I can write based on a fair degree of actual knowledge. Now, there are also some characters that are not amalgams, like characters like Nicodemus, who was, entirely himself. He's not based on anything else. And also there's some characters like Church who are based a bit on an actual person who really lived. But I never met because that person's been dead for a while, but I just have to know a lot about that character's backstory. So sometimes there's a little bit of the historical perspective thrown in as well.
I do the same thing. I tend to use real world examples in character creation, and I've named a lot of characters after people that have been there for the journey. And I find that those characters are the ones that people seem to respond to the most because there's so much life in them. And exactly. I think strong characters are the way. I think character-driven novels are really the stories that stick to us the most.
Yeah, and also in genre fiction, in horror and especially in thrillers, you generally don't hear the expression character-driven before the genre name. But that is the only kind of fiction I would ever want to write. And the writers whose books I read and most love in those genres are the ones who also are character driven. For example, one of my favorite writers and one of my most treasured friends is Joe Lansdale, writes the Hap and Leonard books. His stories are about Hap and Leonard and their experiences. They're not about whatever the plot is. The plot is always interesting, but it's really the character's journey. Same with James Lee Burke with his Dave Robichaux character. Anything that Christopher Golden or Weston Oakes does has that same humanism to it. And that really draws me to it because if I become emotionally invested in the character, I'm now going to be more likely to be afraid if bad things are about to happen to that character.
Exactly.
So it's actually, aside from a good way to construct characters, it's also a good way to for the writer to feel like they are in the moment with that character, because there's somebody we know and we can feel what they're feeling.
You mentioned Mr. Church earlier, and he's such a fascinating character. And I think of all the characters you've written, he may be my favorite, because he is creepy as hell, and very mysterious. I gotta ask, let me back up a bit. You could tell that there's something more to him than meets the eye, especially after his encounters with Nicodemus and whatnot. In your head, do you know what he is, or are you just kind of developing him as you go?
Yes, and now 53 people have accurately guessed who he is.
Interesting.
So I know. And Rage has the most obvious hints as to who he is.
Okay.
The only hint I will give is he's a little older than he looks.
Well, my wife has a theory on what he is, given his choice of aliases, but I don't want to spoil it. I may have to text you privately or whatever.
I won't react to it. Just say it.
React. Her thought is that he's an archangel.
No,
specifically talk about. We were thinking like maybe the Archangel Michael or something.
He is in no way a supernatural being.
Okay, interesting.
He is based on a person who actually lived. It's just there's one little thing about that person that you might only get. It will make Church make sense once you understand who he's based on. But he was based on a real person, but not an archangel. That's a pretty common guess, though, and I can see because of all the fake names he uses that are liturgical in one way or another.
Right.
Dr. Pope and so on. But no, he's not a supernatural being, nor is he a one of the ascended masters. Nothing like that.
Well, it came to mind, and she mentioned it to me. I'm like, hey, that's a neat thought, because I remember they were talking about some video footage that happened like behind the scenes, and I think it was Patient. No, it wasn't Patient Zero. It was in King of Plagues, the hospital, and basically implied that he moved incredibly fast for a 60-something-year-old man. It's like,
Let's just say that Joe would not be able to take him in a fight.
I believe that, and I think Joe knows that too. Joe is scared of him.
No, Joe is definitely scared of him. Joe is scared of three people: Church, Lilith, and Violin. All three of them can kick his ass.
Oh my God, yes.
Yes, and
I gotta go back and read those again now, because it's been a while.
Church stopped being in the field because he realized that he would be better putting other people in the field and training and supplying them. But he could go back into the field, but he's kind of been there and done that.
Yeah, well, even when you see him later in the Rotten Ruins series as a significantly older man, he's still scary as hell. No, Church when Church appears in the Broken Lands stories. And Still Night, that's it. Yeah.
Still Night, yeah. And he hasn't aged much either, even though that's 29 years from now. Interesting.
Now you got me.
So how do you block out your fight scenes?
Actually, because I've been doing martial arts for a long time, there's something they call spherical thinking, where you actually see something as if you are above or traveling all the way around the outside of a clear sphere. So you can see where people are positioned, where the weight is, distances, and so on. I'm so used to thinking that way that I can kind of see it in my head to begin with. And unfortunately, I have been in a lot of fights, as a bouncer, bodyguard, and so on. So I'm kind of used to how things are set. But sometimes I do need to actually physically choreograph it. So I'll get up and I'll move around the room a little bit, and I'll say, okay, well, if a guy is on this, in this corner, if he's at my 7 o'clock and this guy's at my 1 o'clock and he's coming in with a left punch which means I'm more likely going to parry with my left. That leaves me vulnerable here. So what do I have to do? So I start looking for not only what the two players are doing, but what's the next likely thing to happen? Because unlike kung fu movies where you see a bunch of people surround Bruce Lee and attack him one at a time, in the real world, they tend to fall on you like a wall. So you have to create those distances and then be able to move within the available space. So I get up and do that sometimes. Once in a while, if I'm at my desk, I will get some of the oddball things on my desk, like my little Godzilla and my Cthulhu, and I will actually put them at angles. I will put in obstacles there and say, okay, what is the best use of the space they're in? And so yes, if anyone ever comes into my office and sees me playing with toys, that's what I'm doing.
I'll use the same excuse with my Star Trek action figures. Just blocking the scene.
Yes, and when I buy new action figures, it's research.
Hey, that means they're tax deductible.
It is tax deductible.
That's fantastic.
That's absolutely amazing.
Whenever I do a scene where they're exchanging gunfire, I have a notebook I keep here on my desk, and I'll write the names of all the participants. And every time they exchange fire, I'll make little tick marks next to how many rounds they expended. And I'm like, he's changing mags.
Yeah, and also, little things like, if more than one person's in a firefight, somebody saying, to their other guys, reloading, so they understand they need to step up at that moment, so the guy can do that reload and so on. It's also useful to talk to experts on it. Like I'm an expert in hand-to-hand fighting. I'm an expert with most weapons. I am skilled, but not an expert with guns. So if I need gun stuff, I talk to those friends of mine who are experts in it, or I go to the local gun range and have a conversation with these guys. There is one gun error in one of my novels that is not mine, but I take a lot of heat for it. And I mean a lot of heat for it. There was a novel called Dead of Night. And there's a scene where two cops are getting out, their car and going into a building where they're pretty sure that there's a possibility of something. So they draw their sidearms. Now, in my draft, I choreographed it a certain way. My editor, he was just about to send the book to production to be printed. And I was on book tour in England, and I was kind of not at, different time zones, not available. So he couldn't get a hold of me before the book was going out. He saw what he thought was an error, and he fixed it so I wouldn't get embarrassed. So in the version of it that went to print, the two cops pulled their Glock 26s and took off the safeties.
Ouch.
I
have actually two errors there.
Yeah,
the 26 is a backup piece, not a primary.
Actually, there were 3 towns in Pennsylvania where it was, in fact, the primary weapon for law enforcement.
Really? I carried a 26 as a backup for my 17 forever.
I believe me, I understand. But
I got big, meaty hands. That 26 is too small.
In Tullytown and actually in the town of New Hope, which is the basis for my first 3 novels, Pine Deep, and another town, they used Glock 26 for about 2 years. And that was around the time I was doing the book. And I was doing a lot of training with local cops for something else. And the chief, Pat Priori, said, hey, Glock 26 is what we're using now. I'm like, really? And he's like, yeah. We got a great deal on them and good support from Glock. And like, 26?
Yeah, 10-round mag, really?
Yeah. For the folks watching, by the way, the thing that I get fried for was the safety, because Glock 26 doesn't have safety. I have heard
safety's built into the trigger.
Right. I have heard from everyone who has ever even heard the word Glock, and the regional director for Glock Company, who invited me to the factory if I wanted to go see how the guns were made. And at the time, I couldn't very well throw my editor under the bus, though I wanted to. His excuse was he plays a lot of first-person shooter games.
Mm-hmm.
Thinks that is the same as actually
real-world experience.
Yeah. I love the guy, though.
Cameron Buckner. Cam, thank you for joining us. Have a good time with your grandkids. Thanks for coming in tonight.
Cool.
I actually called you out on that the day I met you. And I remember you saying, yeah, I get that a lot. And I said, I think the exact conversation when I said, so I was a little troubled by the fact that these guys pulled the safety off a Glock, and you cut me off and you said, not in my effing draft, they didn't.
Yes.
Apparently, you'd recently taken some heat before I talked to you about it.
That was shortly after that book came out, so I was definitely taking heat on that one.
Oh yeah.
Aurelio
I
says,
remember it for me.
I read somewhere Dean Koontz once wrote a gun error. I think he fitted a suppressor onto a revolver.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
I actually saw that in a movie once too, a revolver with a suppressor on it. I'm like, okay, it is in fact a vampire film, so we're in the realm of fantasy, but yeah. Also, seeing sound suppressors that remain silent no matter how many bullets are fired through them.
Yeah, they'll get gradually louder until they'll certainly reach a point where they're not really quiet anymore.
Yes, they will. So these are things, that authors research. Anything that I get right is usually because I have checked with an expert, whether it be epidemiology, volcanology, traveling to Mars, whatever. I like to ask experts, people who are active in the field right now, because they not only know what it is, they know what's happening about it right now. And that kind of matters. With handguns, the technology changes all the time. Epidemiology, obviously that changes all the time. So I like working with experts, and I'm the expert that a lot of my writer friends tap for fight scenes.
I do the same thing. I've got a lot of friends that were high-end operators in various disciplines in the military, and I go to those guys when I have a gun question or a tactics question. I've got a buddy that was a Special Forces combat medic who was also a tech for SIG now. So if I've got questions, Carrie's a great one to go to. If I need clinical medical, I go to Steve. I mean, I totally agree. Involve experts. If you don't know something, don't just bullshit your way through it.
Yep.
I can definitely say that your stuff is well researched. It's fun looking at the acknowledgments and all the friends in the industry that you have.
I really, really love it, research, and a lot of it is because I was trained as a journalist. You check your sources, get multiple sources, that sort of thing. And with the internet, that happens a lot more quickly. One example that was really fun. I was doing a nonfiction book called Zombie CSU: The Forensics of the Living Dead, which is about to be reprinted this year. And when I did that book, I wanted to make a statement early in the book that the zombies, when we talk about zombies, we are not talking about the creatures from the voodoo religion or from the culture of Haiti. We're talking about the flesh-eating ghouls George Romero created in Night of the Living Dead and have been used ever since. That is what they call zombies, right? So I wanted to get a statement from an expert about that. And the guy who was always quoted in all these books is Dr. Wade Davis, who wrote Serpent and the Rainbow, which he's the guy that went down to Haiti and figured out what the chemical composition was that was used to create the zombie-like state, tetrodotoxin and other things. And I could quote his book, but everybody quotes the book. So what I did instead is I just contacted the agency that he worked for. He was a speaker for National Geographic. Went to the Nat Geo website, went to the contact page, asked the question, I need to, this is what I want to ask Wade Davis. Any chance you can pass my message along? 40 minutes later, I get a phone call from Wade Davis. He was in Iceland doing something, and he said, you wanted a new quote about zombies. He says, thank God, because I'm so fucking tired of people using the same goddamn quote every goddamn. And he's like 5-minute rant. I said, well, that's exactly why I want you to tell me, and he doesn't even want people to quote Serpent and the Rainbow anymore because he wrote another book after that was much more updated. So being able to get a quote from him is kind of what I do. Somebody who is a known active person in the field to give me a quote about what they think right now. When it goes into the book, by the time the book comes out, some of that information that the experts are talking about, over the water cooler right now, will eventually be hitting the public. So by the time my book comes out, my book looks wonderfully predictive because it looks like, wow, he really thought about that, and he's really thinking about what might happen. It's because I'm talking to experts who are doing that 9 to 5. Just makes me look smarter.
Work smarter, not harder. They used to tell us that in the Army. Work smarter, not harder.
Yeah.
And then you get the phone calls from the government agencies wanting to know why you know these things, right?
Yeah, well, there's a story there too. What would have been the third Joe Ledger book? I have a friend who at the time was in Homeland Security. He was involved in setting up these workshops where our allies, Spec Ops teams would come and train with our guys. And the idea was they needed a whole bunch of different scenarios so they could have protocols on file for almost any variant, any variation of the situation. So my buddy said, he would like to read my plot ideas for the Joe Ledger books because it might be something he could use in his training things. And he was fine with Patient Zero. He was fine with the Dragon Factory. He got to the third one, and he said, "I want to run this next week with some of the teams. Can we do that?" I'm like, "Yeah, that sounds cool." He ran it and came back and said, "We'd like to lease that plot from you for 99 years and have you sign a set of non-disclosure agreements about that high, which basically says if you ever tell anyone what the plot is, you sign away your constitutional rights, you will be arrested and sent to prison." And,
holy crap! So no questions about that plot then. Got it.
Let's just say I didn't use that. What happened is they ran it, and the best scenario they could come up with is a 40% kill of the entire U.S. population. That was their best case scenario after trying it like 20 times. So no, I'm not going to be. So that didn't happen as a Joe Ledger book. And I wrote King of Plagues instead, which would have been the fourth Joe Ledger book, became the third one. So I've been involved in some of these think tanky things with the government. And it's your tax dollars at work paying for me to go to those things. And I appreciate
that. That's fun. Oh, my Lord.
But helping to keep the world safe.
Well, DA had something similar happen. His news series, the Codename Wildhound series, it's basically it's kind of a black book government agency that goes after cryptids that hunt humans, and his little unit is not funded quite as well as the DMS would be, but they've got a fairly deep black pocket, and he has these little portable HQs that he established.
I made them up.
Yeah, I completely made them up. And I guess, what was it?
A buddy of mine that was a former Navy SEAL contacted me. He's like, "Haas, I don't know where you're getting your intel, but that's pretty damn close to what we've got." I'm like, "No kidding, I just made that up." He's like, yeah, you might have made some people ruffled a few feathers with that. We're not supposed to talk about those. He said, "You didn't call them what we call them, and I won't tell you what we call them." And that's pretty well right on the head.
Well, the thing is, that's kind of our job, though. We look at what would be practical, what would be really cool, and because it's fiction, we have an unlimited budget, and our R&D time is a lot quicker, so we can give it to our characters. But if we thought of it, somebody else is probably thinking of that sort of thing too, and it's probably DARPA is probably working on some version of it now, which I have found out a couple of times as I've been writing the Joe Ledger books. I've been occasionally running into some people. And one other thing that happens too, and this is a really cool thing. Now, I don't know if you guys listen to the audiobooks or not for Joe Ledger.
I generally don't do audio. I prefer the written word, but I have listened to a few.
Well, the guy who reads my audiobooks, Ray Porter, he's also Darkseid in the Justice League cut or the X-Letter cut of Justice League. Really good guy, good friend. And he and I were at an event for the launch of Rage at Mysterious Galaxy in San Diego, and we just finished doing. He was doing a reading and so on. Late, we go out. The place is closing down. Dark parking lot. Pickup truck there, and two guys come walking toward us out of the dark. About 5'9", zero body fat, lots of tattoos, full beards, baseball caps, right? And which is exactly how I would describe Joe Ledger when he's like getting ready to on a mission somewhere. And they come over and one guy comes up and he says, "I'm doing the hands up, palms out thing that you write about." I'm like, "Okay, that's a good start." And I said, "Who are you guys?" And he said, "Basically, we're Joe Ledger. We are the guys you write about." They were both Delta, and when they stopped doing that, they're now doing training for both snatch and grab and retrieval, and they're retrieval specialists now. And they were up at Camp Pendleton which is about 30 miles up the road from San Diego, doing a workshop, and they didn't get back down to San Diego in time to see to do the signing. So luckily, I had some copies with me, so I gave them both signed copies and so on. But and I won't share their names, but it was so cool because I run into guys like that, guys who are actually in the field, who say, "Wow, you're really getting it right." And sometimes they follow it up with, "And here's something you can use," and that's really cool stuff. And for DA, I know one thing I know about cops, and doesn't surprise me. You're a writer. I've never met a cop who wasn't a good storyteller. The stories they have to share, people would not believe it if that cop who was there to witness it was not telling them. So I imagine that informs a lot of your own writing as well.
Absolutely,
which is fun. And by the way, that series that you were just talking about, text me information about that because I need to go find that because that's so my reading zone.
Awesome. I will definitely send that to you. To have Jonathan Maberry reading one of my books is a big deal to me. That's pretty awesome.
I need to get out too, but
I'm still, even though I'm pretty much a full-time writer now, and I'm starting to get my name out there, I still am a little awestruck when I actually get to talk to people whose books I cut my teeth on. That books I go to when I really want to enjoy something. I mean, and I've met a few. One in particular who I won't name was massively underwhelming and was not a very nice person to talk to. I'd tell you the story offline, but I won't do it online. I would never go in a public place and say something like that. But I was not very happy with this gentleman. However, I've met some, like Brandon Sanderson is just an awesome guy. I've met a few that are just fantastic and given me great advice over the years. Like Craig Johnson that writes the Walt Longmire mysteries. I've talked to him on a number of occasions. Great books, great writer, hell of a guy. This
is actually something, I'm glad you brought this up, because this is something that is a phenomenon to me as well. I mean, it's everybody who gets into the writing, as soon as one person buys the book and remembers your name, you're a celebrity. Anyway, it doesn't matter what wattage you are. No, I'm serious. It doesn't matter what wattage. You are now in the pop culture world as a celebrity, whether it's to one person or a million people, doesn't really matter. It's the same thing. So the process of getting used to that, it has a really strange learning curve, because there are times I'm as much of a nerdy fanboy as I was when I was 15. First time I met Stan Lee. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh time I met Stan Lee.
I've done the same thing. I was never fortunate enough to meet Stan. I wanted to meet Stan and George Romero, and alas, I missed my opportunities.
And George became one of my story with George. So when I was 10 years old, I snuck into the movies to see the world premiere of Night of the Living Dead. 10 years old, I went with a buddy. Halfway through it, he fled and had bedwetting issues like into his teens. I stayed to see it twice. So, I was that guy, watched every zombie thing, read every zombie thing. And as I became a writer in the field, I got to know everyone who was writing that sort of stuff. Max Brooks is a buddy of mine, Robert Kirkman, and all those guys, because we're all on the same panels and everything together. And we become friends. But George Romero was still one of the gods of my pantheon, right? Mm-hmm. And I figured this. Why am I like I was on panels with the guy and managed not to trip over words and all that. So I said, why not try to see if I can do something with him? So I just took a risk. And this is something a lot of writers don't do. They don't take the risk. I took a risk, and I got it. I contacted him and set up a call and said, look, I'm interested in doing an anthology of stories set in the 72 hours around Night of the Living Dead. Would you give your blessing? And, here I am talking on the phone with the guy. He calls me, and we're talking on the phone. And what's interesting is he said he'd give his blessing on 3 conditions. 1, he wanted to write a story for it. And I'm like, oh, okay. 2,
you twist my arm.
Yeah. 2, he wanted to co-edit it with me. And I'm like, holy shit. Because I tried to convince the editor that was a possibility. And we both agreed it really wasn't. And Georgia said he wanted to do it. Because he said, I've always wanted to do this. No one's ever asked me. And I'm like, really? And 3rd condition, he wanted me to take a character that he had read in some of my Joe Ledger books and in the book Fall of Night, which was, he said, Dead of Night and Fall of Night were his favorite zombie books, which made me freak. And he wanted me to take the character of Sam Amora, who was introduced as Joe Ledger's sniper and was later on in Fall of Night. He said he wants that character to be in a story in our anthology, because I want you to take that character and bring him to the house in Night of the Living Dead so we can officially connect our two worlds. And that, I'm on the phone, I'm like, okay. Physically, I am doing the Snoopy dance all over my room, but at least my phone voice is kind of good. And George and I became friends. So, the thing about celebrities, just because they have made it a little further, it's no reason for them to think they're all that. And it's certainly no reason for anyone else to put them on a pedestal. I have a lot of friends who make more money than I do. I have friends who make less money than I do. I have friends who sell more books, friends who sell less books. But we're all writers. We're all book nerds. At the end of the day, we are exactly what we are as book nerds. So, I'm glad, you invited me onto the show, because we're all book nerds together.
Absolutely.
So
one of the things I wanted to do.
Please.
One of the things I wanted to be able to do was to give a copy of my zombie series to George Romero, just so I know he had a copy.
That would have been cool. And sadly, I could have arranged it. But our book, came out 5 days after he died, or before he died.
Oh.
So I was at my first book signing for it. And that was, his wife called to say that he had passed. That was a rough one for us.
That's terrible. If you do look for more zombie novels, the quote I've got up right now says, "Great show, guys." Alan Gamboa is a zombie writer, and he's fantastic. I love his books. He's one of my favorite zombie writers. Alan,
friend me on social media. That's the thing. If there's a writer you like, go friend them, and also, open a conversation.
Absolutely. That's how you and I got to talking. I sent you a friend request and when you accepted, I was like you, the Snoopy dance. I'm like, holy crap, he accepted. Holy crap.
I've had a few people I get that from, every once in a while, somebody will friend me and I'm like, what? But it's strange. I mean, I freaked out when Barack Obama started following him. He reads thrillers.
I love it. Well, I have to say that I had definitely had one of those fanboy moments when I got to meet you a few years ago, and they always say don't ever meet your heroes because you're going to be disappointed. You won't ever. Like I said, I'm a book nerd. My hero's a writer. Okay, but you were so personable and you were so awesome, and I had already followed you on Twitter, and like a couple days afterwards, I got a follow back from you, and I was doing the Snoopy dance. I was like, oh my god, I just got followed by Jonathan Maberry. It was. The sad thing is, I had the same reaction when D.A. and I met. He was, before he was full-time writing, he was working as the sergeant of the security detail at the hospital that I work at. And how Amazon would give suggestions because you read ... check out this.
Yep.
And it showed me an excerpt of his Ragnarok Rising saga because I had read a lot of zombie stuff. I think I just read your Patient Zero or something, and it triggered the little 6 degrees of separation. And I was like, D.A. Roberts, well, I knew him as Doug, Doug the security guard. And so we were sitting there talking. He goes, yeah, it's funny you were talking about Jonathan Maberry. I'm a writer. I write. I'm like, really? He goes, yeah, I write under D.A. Roberts. I'm like, holy shit, you're D.A. Roberts. It was like, and he still tells people a story and laughs about it because he doesn't consider himself that kind of celebrity, but he was to me. And I have the pleasure of calling him my best friend.
And that's a great story too. But that's how it is. I mean, some of the people whose books that I used to read and just idolize them are now guys who send me, cat memes and videos of baby goats and bananas. Like for example, one of my favorite writers of for years and years was Joe R. Lansdale. I mean, I loved everything he's done. His horror, his westerns, his whatever. He's amazing. Now Joe and I are really good friends, and Joe encouraged me to have Joe Ledger go visit Hap and Leonard in the latest Joe Ledger book. So yes, Joe Ledger actually goes and spends a couple hours with Hap and Leonard from the Joe Lansdale series. That was a TV series also. Friends do that. James Rollins, who does the Sigma Force books, suggested I put them as one of the ally organizations to Department of Military Sciences. And this is a sort of, we create this meta world where we're having fun with our celebrity, and the fact that you idolize people, but actually we're both here and we're both nerds, so we're going to do nerd shit together. And long-winded way of saying we're all the same. We best-selling writers put our pants on one godlike leg at a time. Oh, I'm sorry. No, we're all the same.
I love it. Well, I think the funniest part I had of meeting you those years ago was that you're like, I've got a class I got to go teach, but I would love to have a beer with you. I thought it was funny. I was like, oh, that's cool. Yeah, okay, whatever. It still meant a lot to me, and had you been in Springfield or whatever.
What's that? If you guys ever go to Dragon Con in Atlanta, I don't know if you ever go to that convention.
I want to. I haven't been there yet.
If you can, it's really worth it one of these days. The bar at the Westin Hotel in the evenings is where all the writers gather. And a lot of folks who just saw them on panels come and hang out. It's where writers on the rise meet writers who are further up, and they exchange information because we want everyone to do well. Mm-hmm. That's the thing a lot of people don't realize about the writing world. If there are more good writers writing good books, there are more people going to be attracted to it, and therefore more book sales. It's a win-win. It's only
I totally agree.
Yeah. The opposite is a fear-based thing, and it's optimism-based. Optimism sells books.
Right.
So,
I go by the philosophy: when the tide comes in, all ships should rise. I've know authors that are just starting out. I know authors that I have huge respect for, that have given me tremendous advice. I am not afraid to pass that advice on to other authors. I'll share what has worked for me and let them know what didn't. I'm completely there to help somebody if they want to ask a question. I'm down for it.
And that's really what it's about. I started these things called the Writers' Coffee House, which is where I first met this guy over here with the headphones on. You can actually hear us though, right? I thought you were just closing the headphones. Yes, I'm making a joke.
Oh,
not good.
Sorry.
Apparently not a funny joke. Anyway, I totally lost where I was. I'm sorry. Where were we? Sorry,
we were talking about helping other writers.
Oh yeah. So the Writers' Coffee Houses, they're all about writers helping writers. People come in and just ask questions or share news or whatever, and everyone helps everyone. But my own involvement with that, my own desire to want to do that, to make it part of who I am, started because two writers, actually more than two, but two in particular, took a real went out of their way to be kind to a young kid. Here's the story. In ninth grade, in middle school, my middle school librarian was the secretary for two different clubs of professional writers. One that met in Philadelphia, the fantasy crowd, and one that was kind of a revolving membership of whoever was in town, who was a genre writer, horror, science fiction, fantasy. Whoever was in town, they would all meet once a month at the penthouse from the publisher. And so she would drag me along. So the New York meetings, very often, this was 1970, 71, 72, very often the New York meetings had, guys who were publishing a lot of fiction in that area. So you'd have Ray Bradbury, Richard Matheson, Robert Bloch, James Blish. Those guys, like all the time. Matheson and Bradbury went out of their way to advise me, mentor me for 3 years. Every time they were in town, for 3 years. There was no benefit to them at all for this. But, I was introduced to them as I was 12 years old when I first met them, as a kid who really wanted to be a writer. And they asked me some questions, and I guess they felt that, yes, this kid genuinely wants to do this. How could we not want to help the next generation? Exactly. It was a spontaneous generosity that has a ripple effect that just keeps getting bigger. And, I know I would not have gotten anywhere in my career without some of the help I've had along the way. There's not a shot. Talent can only take you so far. So if I got here with a little bit of help, I'd be an asshole not to turn around and help someone else. But instead of doing it out of guilt, being afraid of being a bad guy, do it out of joy because it's fun. You get jazzed when somebody else makes their step. So much fun.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm thrilled to death when I see somebody getting their novel out there. There's a couple of authors I know that haven't published yet, but are this close. And I give them the best advice I can give them and tell them the things that have worked for me. I think that like my bookshelf behind me, you can't see it because of my green screen. I've probably got 1,000 books with 150 different writers on it. Just because I read Tolkien doesn't mean I won't read Maberry. I don't know anybody that reads one author exclusively. That's it. So I think anytime you can incite that spark in somebody to want to read and enjoy the written word, I think that's a win for everybody. Yeah,
I mean, if using James Rollins as an example, I mean, he's the guy that stepped into the Michael Crichton spot when Crichton passed. I mean, he's the weird science, top of the weird science game, right? He writes a good book, nice thick book, comes out one every year. People knock through it in 3 days. That leaves a whole lot of days left for them to not have a new James Rollins book. It's not going to not read. People tend to read within genre zones, right? So they're going to look for other books that kind of hit similar notes. That space needs to be filled, and it needs to be constantly filled because he's leading the pack, but everyone that's following him needs sustenance until they catch up. So, and some of the people that they're reading, become big names. Some don't. But the thing is, there's enough room for everyone to have a shot.
Absolutely. I mean, there's if you've got a story to tell, only you can tell that story. I could take a fleshed out synopsis for a story and give it to you, and you would write an amazing story, but it wouldn't be the story I had in my head. Right. And the same with you. I could not tell your stories because they're not my stories. Only you can tell the stories that you have inside you. And write badly, write anything. Just write it. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be written. And edits can fix everything.
Oh yeah, I'm a big believer in that. Don't revise. Finish the first draft. Buy yourself a present because you've now done something most people have never done.
Finish a
manuscript. And then, go shift into the other side of your brain to go do the edits because that's a different skill set. But you've just finished the first draft. No matter how ugly it is with flaws inside, what defines it as perfect is complete, and it's a complete draft.
Absolutely.
Wow. Everything can be fixed at that point. Stephen King with his wife, he had thrown Carrie out into the trash can a couple times and arguments with her. And by the way, his wife is the one that tells me the story, Tabby. He was so frustrated with it. She said, "What exactly is wrong with this book? Why are you so mad about it?" And he said, "I could tell you 200 things wrong with this damn thing, and that's the problem, And she said, "Oh, really?" He said, "Yes, really." She said, "Good. Now you can actually write down a list of 200 things." And he was so pissed off. He said, "Yes," and she said, "You do it." He actually, just to spite her, wrote a list of 200 things that were wrong with the book. Said, "Here." And she said, "Good. Now you have your to-do list. Go finish your book."
She sounds like my wife.
And that was Karen.
Anytime I write anything, my wife is my first line of defense. I'm like, "Hey, honey, read this. Tell me if it's stupid." And she will. She is not afraid to be the one to go, "This is dumb. You need to fix it."
Yeah, but the thing is,
she's also right there. If it's something good, she's like, "Honey, you're onto something. Keep going with this."
And by the way, anyone who is watching this who is a writer, my website has been scrolling across the screen here. If you go there, on my website, there's a page called Free Stuff for Writers. Really useful stuff. Just download what you need. It has comic book scripts, novel formatting, how to write a synopsis, samples of a synopsis, a query letter. Take whatever you need and share with your writer friends too.
I on my blog on my website daroberts.net. If you scroll back through my blog, I have like blog entries on character building, world building. I do lengthy blog entries on this, and this is not necessarily, I make no claims of being any kind of expert. I don't claim to know all the secrets of the universe. These are just things that have worked for me. And if you can get any information for that to help you along the way, it's there, it's free, help yourselves.
Yeah, and by the way, I've never met anyone who knows everything about the writing business. So we're both learning as we go, and that's, you know, just like in martial arts, it's not the senior master who teaches somebody how to tie their belt. It's the kid who just learned how to do it. You know, you each generation teaches the one just behind them, not the one, you know, and so that sharing of knowledge that you have, that I have, that others have, and that we share with other, you know, writers, they'll share it, but they'll also add their own understandings and insights to it. It may not match what we did, but then again, none of us are right 100% of the time. Otherwise, I'd play the lottery and retire.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got a question up here from Terrence Hill. I guess that one's directed at me. I was curious as to your thoughts on Dixie Cryptid and his Steve Lilly series. You're going to write and narrate an entry. Cam Buckner from Dixie Cryptid is a great storyteller. He he does a series of his own stories that he puts on his podcast called the Steve Lilly series about a guy that hunts cryptids. And I think it's a fantastic series. I say Cam does a great job. He definitely needs to compile those into a book format because I think they would do really well in novel form. And he asked me if I would write a short story in that universe, which I'm going to do. But since Steve Lilly is his character, and I don't feel that anybody but the person who created the character can really do the character justice. It's going to involve the character, but it's going to be from the point of view of another character. So watch for that. It'll be in the Steve Lilly universe, but it's going to be my take on it. And take nothing away from that. Cam's a great writer and a great storyteller, and I hope he does publish these stories.
Cool.
Jonathan, kind of on a related note to that, a couple of years ago, you put out an anthology, and I forgive me, I'm a horrible Jonathan Maberry fan because I can't remember the name of the book, but it was several other writers in the genre wrote their take on a Joe Ledger story.
Joe Ledger,
like Mira Grant and Unstoppable. Okay, I got the biggest kick out of reading these other authors. You know, it's like, you know, insert author here does Joe Ledger. And it was so entertaining, and I really got a big kick out of it. And you know, I like more than others. It did turn me on to a lot of other writers that I hadn't, you know, been a fan of before because I hadn't heard of them. Oh, it was absolutely amazing. I thoroughly enjoyed that.
Cool. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was a fun project to do. You know, Steve Alton, who was in there, went on to do Meg. You know, or had the movie Meg made on his books. Mm-hmm. Bunch of folks in there, Scott Sigler and Mira Grant, Shauna McGuire, has been racking up one award after another. It's fun, and that's one of the fun things about anthologies. You get to invite the people that not only you know who can do a good story, but who aren't prima donnas, you know, who don't think they're all that, who get the idea that we're the lucky ones. We're not necessarily the best ones. And that book was just a whole bunch of fun, and we may, you know, we're considering doing another one.
That would be awesome. I'd love to read the second one.
Yeah, we're also talking about looking into, I should say, doing Joe Ledger collaborations where Joe Ledger is teamed with another writer's character, and either they let me use their character or they write the story. And there are several of my writer friends who already said yes, but we don't yet have enough to get that the momentum going at the publishing house yet.
DA, do you think Joe would have fun with your Wild Hunt team?
I think Joe would fit in on the Wild Hunt team. Joe Ledger and my character Clark would they're cut from the same cloth.
I need to read those books. Who knows? We might be able to make that happen.
I would love to do it. That would be fantastic.
Well, it's a very fun series. It has a neat feel to it, and you know, much like in your books, especially the Joe Ledger series, that's kind of my flagship fun series. You know, every concept you introduce, I'm like, yeah, I'll read the synopsis, you know, months before it's published. I'm like, oh, that won't be too scary, and then you'll find a way to completely terrify me with it. You know, like the mechanical dogs and Dogs of War, this kind of thing. DA does the same thing with the cryptids. It's like, okay, Bigfoot. Okay, I've seen the Patterson Gimli film, Guy in a Furry Suit. Okay, absolutely terrified me. We actually did a little bit of promotional research on the Bigfoot sightings here in the Ozarks, and then he puts a story out. I'm like, great. I'm an Eagle Scout, and I'm scared to camp in Missouri anymore. Thank you. And you name it, he's brought it in, and
it sounds like my kind of book. I've written 5 nonfiction books that include a lot of backstory on cryptids. So it's an area that I am very familiar with, love, and it sounds like something I need to read.
I hope you enjoy it. I'd love to hear your input. If you like the series, I would love to get a quote from you for the beginning of one of the books, because it's a continue. The series is going to continue.
Cool.
Rachel Monrotus says, Rachel says, I would love to see a story between Clark and Joe. That would be awesome. Terrence Hill asks, DA, you don't have audiobooks, correct? Amazon only. I am only on Amazon. There's a few of the books that are available on audio. The first of the Ragnarok is available. Lakeview Man is available. The first Apex Predator and second Apex Predator in production. And the second of the Ragnarok books is also in production. Hopefully sometime in July, Cameron Buckner from Dixie Cryptid and I are going to get together, and he's going to narrate the Codename Wild Hunt series.
Cool.
I love Cameron's style. He's just a redneck like me, so it really sounds cool.
Nice. I love audiobooks. It's funny when I read fiction. Most often, I'm listening to it on audio.
Well, yeah. If you do get a chance to read his Codename Wild Hunt series, Jonathan, you'll get a kick out of the epilogues after having our discussion here, because in the epilogues of the story, there's a fictionalized version of me that runs a little bar outside of Fort Leonard Wood, where the team is headquartered, and they kind of decompress at this bar, and nice. It was a big, kind of a nerdgasm moment when he told me he was going to put fictional me in the stories, and I'm like, oh, that's awesome.
That's so great.
Cool. Well, we even came up with a logo for it. I've got T-shirts designed. I'm trying to find the logo right now. I know I've got it. I just don't know where. There it is. Okay, I've got the. That one says it's too big. I've got to find a different version of it, because that was the T-shirt version, apparently. Too big of a file. But I would just happen to mention that I wanted to do a logo, and I've got a buddy who's a graphics artist. Like an hour later, he sent it to me. He's like, what do you think of this? I'm like, that's freaking awesome.
That's great. So, yeah, I'm going to be at some point getting a new logo for the Rogue Team International, since there was one for Echo Team.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I bought one of the shirts, actually. I would love to have the Rogue Team International.
Yeah, we have to come up with something. And by
this
the way,
is the logo he came up with.
Oh, that's really great. I think I've seen that sort of thing a couple of times in England.
That was designed to be based off an old English pub.
No, that's right on the money.
Well, we used to joke that when he gets the Netflix deal and has the Jonathan Maberry success, that I'm going to be his personal nurse and bartender, and won't have to actually work for a living anymore.
Yes, Steve's bar always pours with a heavy hand. Don't ask for a double, because it's going to be a big one.
I'm going to be on the map. I don't know if you can see the corner of the dagger. It's surrounded by a vine with roses on it. Mm-hmm. That's the symbol for my new fantasy series, the house sigil.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm probably going to have patches made with that to give out like book signings and so on when that book comes out next year.
Yeah, I for my Codename Wild Hunt, we designed a military patch. And I've actually got a couple prototypes made. The green screen's kind of greening it out.
Great.
But I'm actually going to have these made and do the same thing, give them out at signings.
I don't have a green screen. You might be able to see that one a little bit better.
Oh, nice.
The prototypes came in. The rocker is perfect. The actual patch is the wrong shade of green, so I've got to correct. I think I sent them a bad batch image, so I need to send it back so it's olive drab instead of like a weird Kelly green.
More fashionable combat uniform.
Exactly.
Any more questions?
Well, I know we've kept you for quite a while.
5-10 more minutes.
Okay. What tips would you give, right? You just off the top of your head, for somebody who hasn't quite published yet, who's looking? And this is from my buddy Greg. I hope he's listening. I'm asking the big dog himself. What advice would you give for somebody that's just on the cusp of publishing their first novel?
Well, it depends on where they are with the book. If the book is clean and polished,
it's about ready to go to edits.
Oh, ready to go to edits.
He's finished the manuscript. It's about ready to go to edits.
Okay, a couple things. Put a little extra money in getting someone who can do the edits, because you want a good set of edit notes before you do your revisions. Otherwise, you could be revising stuff that would need to be cut or changed anyway. But it's really worth paying somebody who knows that skill set. I think, like a teacher wanting a little supplemental income, an English teacher, something like that. Could be anyone, but it's worth having, because we writers see right through our own mistakes, our word echoes and sentence structure errors and so on. An editor is a little colder and more dispassionate. That's one thing. Second, when you go to do your revisions, don't do them all at once. So when I do one pass for continuity to make sure the story actually makes sense in the order it's told. One pass on figurative and descriptive language, making it beautifying the language and focusing only on that, rather than on, say, the logic of solving a chronology issue. So each of the elements of style get one pass. I'll do any relationship between two characters. I'll just look for their scenes throughout the book to make sure that they have a continuity and an arc and things like that. That's something that helps the editing, your own revision process, make the book feel like it's gone through 6 extra drafts, because these layered drafts become one mega draft that actually allows you to focus just on one skill at a time and get that thing right, and another skill at a time, get that thing right, rather than trying to do everything at the same time. So those things are important. And one last part of it, I saw something come up about beta readers. It's really important to get beta readers who are not cookie cutter, not exactly the same as each other. For me, I had a librarian, a bookseller from the own bookstore, a guy who only read bestsellers, whatever was on the bestseller list, he'd grab it because he had a 2-hour commute by train. And one person who was another writer. So each of them are different, all like books, and none of them are specifically my genre.
That's great advice. When I use alpha and beta readers, my alphas are a pretty broad select. I only have 5 alphas that I trust with a manuscript in progress, but they're from a pretty diverse background. So I get a lot of different inputs from different angles, and I think that really helps strengthen the manuscript.
Yeah, and one other thing, it's a bit of a danger with writers, is when they have a book either nearly or just done in draft form, there's a tendency to want to go to workshop it in critique groups. The problem there is a lot of critique groups there's a passive aggressive thing that goes through a lot of them. Everybody feels it's their job to tear everyone else down because it's tough love. It's not tough love. It's inappropriate, because if you just tear someone down without then giving them some advice on what they could possibly do next, you're only doing harm. You're cutting. You're not giving a Band-Aid. So you need to give them something to work with. So it makes sense to bring in someone for at least one session with a critique group to teach the group how to do an actual critique. It also strengthens your own inward eye for your own writing. But be careful. It is better to use beta readers than a critique group for your book. It's also a quicker process.
I totally agree. I mean, I think that's some really awesome advice, and hopefully Greg's listening tonight. I've given him the best advice I could get him, but to get your advice on it, I think he's really going to appreciate that. And if he isn't watching, I'll send him a text message and tell him he needs to watch tonight's show. Jonathan, I know you've got a busy schedule, and we've kept you longer than you originally planned. You were going to give us an hour, and we've stolen a half hour from you. So
fun. This was a whole bunch of fun.
If you I've definitely enjoyed it. If you've ever got some spare time and you want to come back on, we would love to have you back anytime. I can't thank you enough for coming on the show. It's been a big, deep honor for me we've spoken in chat many times, but to meet you, quote unquote, face to face, kind of in the COVID world, face to face, but to finally get to talk to you has really been a privilege, and I appreciate it greatly, sir. I've been a long time admirer of your work.
Like I said, I feel like I've made some friends here, so good.
Absolutely.
And I'll talk to you. You guys are great. It's been a bunch of fun, and I'd love to come back. So we'll figure something.
We'd love to have you.
I've got a couple of announcements that I can't talk about yet, but maybe when one of them is ready, come back and you guys can help me announce.
Outstanding. I'd love to have you back, sir.
We'd be honored to do so. And if you're ever in Springfield, Missouri area, I will buy you that beer that I promised you 8 years ago. We'll get it to happen eventually.
I got the second round. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming on. Have a great night.
Bye.
Hey, Nick.
Hey, guys.
Having some technical issues? Like I say, you pop in a couple times.
I don't know why. It's just weird around here. It must be my wireless internet down here, down in the cave.
Chris, thank you for joining us. I hope your back eases up. I totally understand what you're going through.
Somebody has to teach Roger how to say diverticulitis. I just sent him a diet, what not to eat, what to eat. I thought that the doctors would have given it to him already.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I had something, I'd want to start ASAP. The minute I step out of that hospital. Oh my God, they haven't sent him anything, and I wasn't going to send him anything, and then I was just talking to him before, and he didn't get anything on paper, so I sent it to him. You definitely have to avoid corn, seeds, and the like.
Yeah. Any fruit with little seeds will be your enemy. Kiwis, strawberries, that stuff is awful.
Yeah, then I told him, fish, poultry, eggs. Then he sends me back eggs, ? I guess he likes them or he doesn't. I don't know. Damn.
And for those of you who are unfamiliar, because I know we've got a lot of new viewers tonight that came to us from the Dixie Cryptid channel, the man of the hour now who's joining us is Nick Valente of the North American Dogman Project. Nick is one of the guys that I consider one of the big dogs of the cryptid world, and Nick's really shaking things up right now. He's doing some awesome work, and I'm happy to be part of it, and even if it's in a small way. And I'm proud to know Nick. He's a heck of a good guy. Region 3 director and international director of the North American Dogman Project, and he's a wealth of knowledge when it comes to cryptids. Nick, do you want to tell us about your new project?
Oh yeah, last week when I went on your show, I had just come off another show, and I just couldn't take it any longer. The paranormal world, the cryptid world, the regular natural science world, zoology, archaeology, and the UFO, I guess, ufology world. Nobody cooperates, and that's what I was spouting about back then. And and I'm not one to just, talk the talk. I walk the walk. So, like I said, I wanted to get together something going where we can combine all the four areas, all the four branches of sciences, and whether they like to call cryptozoology a science or not, I don't care. But we are. I mean, after all, we did find the panda bear, and cryptozoologists did find the Komodo dragons and the silverback gorillas and stuff. So, yes, Norma, I was on there recently questioning Roger. That must have been about 3 weeks ago. I'm just Neoma.
Well, I think it's awesome when I got the invite, I guess for lack of a better term, for the Quad Science group. I remember in our previous conversations you were talking about there's an unusually high correlation between Bigfoot, Dogman sightings, and other things that would fall into the realm of paranormal or the UFOs. The dancing lights and the orbs and stuff like that. And it is kind of odd, especially with the internet and everything now, that nobody has thought to correlate that before.
Here he is.
Roger. There's a man of the hour.
Hey, Roger. Thanks for joining us, sir.
My ears were burning.
I was talking about you. What can I say?
I've been watching your program, DA and Steve, and I was on YouTube, and all of a sudden, Nick goes on, and he's talking crap about me. I'm like, wait a minute. I kid, of course. Nick immediately gave me quite a bit of information, and I guess I really wasn't clear. I did get, all these pages, but it's very thin on what I'm supposed to have. I was given a verbal, and I even told the emergency room doctor, she was a doctor. Damn, she was very young too. An emergency room doctor, and she went down the litany of. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on a minute. You have to realize this is barely setting in. So she repeated it again, and I caught some items. That's why I've been making a joke of it. Roughage? What is roughage? What do I have to,
Fiber.
Oatmeal.
Yeah, fiber. Yes, they did mention, but they did mention a few items. Don't get me wrong, but they left a lot out.
Oh, they did. Yeah, I mean, right off the bat, you got to know you cannot eat corn. You cannot eat seeds because you don't want anything to get caught in those little curves inside your stomach area there. I mean, Steve can really spout about this much more better than I can probably, but you just want to start ASAP. I can't believe they didn't tell you, avoid corn on the cob at the barbecue this weekend.
They did say avoid red meat and avoid caffeine. So that is okay. Cherry Coke is gone. The red meat, okay, that's gone, no problem. But the coffee, I have not had any for a week now. That I have not had for a week. And I will say, gentlemen, thank you. I wasn't going to visit with you guys, but Nick, can you tell he twisted my arm? So I wanted to be on here. I want to thank everyone because I have received, much to my surprise and much to my shock, quite a few people have reached out to me. And, folks, this is a first world problem, what I'm enduring right now. Diverticulitis, I believe that's what it is, right, Steve?
Yes.
It's not a death sentence, by far from, but it can be if I'm stupid.
Well, the thing with Roger, before I took my urgent care job, I spent 5.5 years working on a colorectal surgery floor. So, we saw diverticulitis patients when they, have cranked up to 11, My brother has diverticulitis. The thing is, your colon, the lumen of your colon is supposed to be very smooth. In some people, pouches develop, and you end up these diverticuloses.
We're getting an echo, guys.
Okay. For me?
I don't know. I'll go silent, see if it's me.
No, it just went away.
Could be me. Okay. You get these little pouches that form, and when those get inflamed, then you have your diverticulitis dealing with. And it's a totally manageable thing. It's like diabetes or anything else. You make the right health choices, you live a normal life. I'm just glad they have an answer for you. When you ended up in the hospital, we were all very scared and concerned for you. Your family.
Steve, you said normal life. There are a lot of words I would use to describe your brother. Normal is not one of them. He's awesome, but normal is not one of the words I would use.
He's an odd duck.
Oh, I guess I don't see that comment, but folks, hey, you're up to 18 likes. Congratulations, DA.
Thank you, sir.
Not bad.
There you go.
Naoma had a question for you, Nick, and I think it was relating to your paranormal roundtable question earlier. She says, "What was your feelings about that?"
Well, I do not believe Roger. Contrary to what other people may have said, from when I was on that program, I was just trying to be polite, and I was asking him questions that, as a former professional police officer, I believe he was not telling the truth. A lot of the things did not sync up, and I'm sorry, I don't care what involvement you've had with police officers in the past. Nobody is going to take you back to the scene of a crime, especially a 15-year-old boy. You could be terrorized by what you're seeing. That could psychologically affect you. Plus, you're not only a witness, you're also a suspect. I mean, I'm wondering whether this is a confession many decades later by Roger that he actually did something bad at that scene. No, I don't believe him for 1 minute, that he did any of that. I mean, I was being polite to him like I normally am polite to anyone. However, he did not answer my questions. He did skirt around several of them, and I don't believe his story for 1 minute. I have some Dogman questions too. Terrence Hill.
Yeah, Terrence, ask away. You have the Dogman. You have the man when it comes to Dogman. If I've got a question about Dogman or incidents like that, Nick is the first guy I go to. So if you've got questions, ask away.
Well, until he asked the question, let's get back to what we were talking about before. Is I was just sick and tired of everybody. Let's see what it's. I'm sorry, I should have to call it. They're splitting the community thing. No, I don't think he was doing that. I think he was trying. We're talking about Roger. I think he was trying to.
Wrong, Roger.
Not Roger.
Roger.
Nightmare Hunter, not our guy. We love our Roger. But the other Roger, he was just trying to get his 15 minutes of fame. He was trying to, become famous through BSing something. And also, I believe he's just trying to make some money. The TV show that he was going to go on, they dumped him because he refused to take a lie detector test. He refused to allow them to research his background, and he refused to give his real name, where he lives, and show his picture. And as I told him when I was interviewing him, I told Roger right on Paranormal Roundtable, I said, listen, you could see my face. This is me. You can see me on a lot of programs. You see me on the North American Dogman Project. I'm out there. If people want to research my background, they're welcome to try to do it, because I'm out there. We don't know what you look like. We don't know your real name. He went by another name, and I don't want to put that name out there because maybe, it'll cause him a big problem. However, he went by another name 15 years ago, and under that other name, he recently, as recent as last week, contacted another podcast and asked to be on their show. And that podcast person immediately contacted me about 10 minutes later, and I told them, I know that name, and I know who that person is, and they're not going to touch him with a 10-foot pole. But just getting back to what I was trying to tell you guys before is that trying to combine the 4 different branches, paranormal, ufology, cryptozoology, and regular zoology. I started a Facebook group called the Quad Coalition of Sciences, and I have a nice, homepage. I made a nice little symbol over there, wanting to give everybody equal time. And I put quite a few posts up already. What we're trying to do is get everybody to donate their knowledge to this and leave their egos at the door. Forget about making money and all this other stuff. You're not book writers. You're not movie producers. That's their job to make money at doing such a thing. We're cryptozoologists. We're paranormal investigators, people that investigate UFOs. Let's pull all our knowledge and get some answers finally. And that's what I'm hoping to do and get out of this group. Yep, that's the one we put up there. That's our main patch. One of these days I'll get that patch made up.
Well, I couldn't agree more with you, Nick. I see myself as a cryptozoologist and a writer, even though I write fiction. I do write crypto fiction, but my research is legitimate. I mean, I've studied the cases. I've talked to plenty of witnesses myself. I've gone to a lot of places to look for evidence myself. So I see myself as a legitimate cryptozoologist, but at the same time, I write fiction, and those lines don't cross. A lot of what I research in cryptozoology has shaped my fiction. So I want to make the creatures' behaviors as real as I possibly can. And Nick Valente has read my books, and he's had good things to say about how I did. So I think I'm doing well in that respect. But as far as my involvement, it's as a cryptozoologist, not as the writer, because I legitimately want to see this 4-discipline approach succeed, because I think there's way too much backbiting and backfighting in the community, and I think the approach Nick's wanting to use, I think, is the best way to do it.
I'd tag you as a top-notch researcher too, because just from reading your books, I can see that you're hitting things right on the head, mostly all the time. I really can't pick apart your books and say you've said something incorrectly, So and thank God you don't say that the one of the characters in your books has drawn his Glock and taken the safety off and fired, because as we all know, Glocks don't have safeties. You don't know how many books I read. I mean, just for pleasure. Also, besides cryptozoology books and other books having to deal, like with UFOs and stuff like that. But I mean, I also read other books just for pleasure. And man, I'll tell you, thank God I read a lot of them on a Kindle, because I'll hit that little note thing that tells you, send it into them to tell them what mistake they made. Oh my God, nobody does research like you do. Actually, I gotta tell you,
man.
Yeah, you really are spot on.
I appreciate it. That's high praise coming from you, sir.
With the Quad Coalition, we can't hear you. There you go.
He is the heir to the techno thriller. I told him that, 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that. And at the time, writing zombie books, I didn't really see it.
It was your research, your detail,
and
the
now that
complexity of the plot.
Now that I've got almost a decade in my belt writing, I find myself agreeing with you more on that, because I do put in a lot of the technical details, and I go to experts when I need it. I think it's kind of a culmination. The Codename Wild Hunt books are kind of a culmination of all of that, because it involves the technical and sometimes modern or even advanced technology that we're working on, along with the cryptids and Native American myth and legends. So it's kind of really all coming together, and I don't take full credit for that. I mean, the three of you have helped immensely, and I've had so many people help along the way. I talked to so many people that have been willing to give me their time and dig through the manuscripts and tell me what I did wrong. It's not been a solo journey to get my books where they are. It has been a group effort of a lot of people, and I've been very, very lucky to have been in the presence of some amazing people, and I owe them dearly, because they are the best, and my books would not be half of what they are without them.
I'll tell you. Go ahead, Steve.
I was going to say, DA, my contribution is just releasing your creative juices with Scott.
He applied me with alcohol.
There you go.
I don't know. We came up with a lot of the details for Codename Wild Hunt sitting at your kitchen table.
Well, I think we kind of touched on this in the first segment of the show. We were talking with Mr. Maberry. You and I at heart are both book nerds. I mean, Absolutely. Yeah, I had the nerdgasm when I figured out you were D.A. Roberts, but
I still laugh about that.
When you boil it down, we are just both huge book nerds. And, had we met at a convention or something like that, we were, let's say I had the pleasure of meeting George Romero a few months before he died. Had you and I both been at that Comic-Con, we'd have been talking in line, waiting to see George. We would have still had the same friendship. We had the same conversations. It just happened to be that ours was formed as, fan writer. But like Jonathan said, we're still book nerds. We have the mutual nerdgasm, even whether you're writing and I'm reading, or we're just both reading somebody else.
Yeah, and I would say if we did wind up at a convention together and met somebody that we both admire as an author, we would probably both freak out like teenagers, like, "Oh my God!"
Totally. Oh, something I wanted to mention is that in the Quad Coalition of Sciences, I actually have a really all-star cast of admins who are going to be putting up some fantastic posts, and I got some great brain power coming together. D.A. Roberts has allowed me to put him on board as one of our admins. I'm trying to read this question here. Let's see. I also have another great researcher who I stole away from, I guess, some of his other projects, Ryan Paul Tremblay. And I just saw before another one of my admins is going to be Ashira 7. There she is.
She's got to head out. And then corrected big day. But thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming in.
She's one of our.
Hope you have a great night.
She's going to be handling the paranormal stuff big time for me. So anything that I'm kind of weak in, she's going to come up with it. Like I said, Ryan Paul Tremblay. I mean, that was a great grab on my part to be able to get him, and he said yes. I have Tammy Mudd. She has a doctorate, a PhD over, and she's in the United Kingdom. She's a really heavy-duty cryptozoology researcher.
Awesome.
And I have another young lady who I don't know if she wants me to put her name out on the air, but she's from Canada and cryptozoology for the last 20 years herself. So
nice.
I got a lot of people that are dedicated people that are into this, and quite a few other people in the UFO field. I mean, it's just coming together. I got a lot of congratulations and thanks for starting such a thing where I'm going to be combining, all four over there. And I just hope it comes through, really well. I put up quite a few posts today, and I mean, there's just a plethora of things to put out there and just so much. I mean, I just buried myself now because Dogman alone was really running me ragged, in research and things that I needed to read. And I do other cryptids also. Now I have to throw in more of the paranormal. I mean, that's where I came from, paranormal research originally. And I have to catch up with that and ufology. And I'm working on a master's degree in zoology right now. I have my bachelor's. I'm working on a master's in that right now. So, I mean, all this stuff is just, it's overwhelming, but it's a lot of fun. Another one, Dogman rarity and population.
I'm going to step away for just a minute, gentlemen. I'm not leaving y'all.
Well, let's see. In the encounters that people have told me about, and in the things that I've read about. Now, mind you, I don't just read this on the internet. People contact me. I'm up to like 35 contacts a week to my personal email account or my personal Facebook Messenger. I also go to other states and I go to the libraries and I look at their old microfiche and stuff and pull out old newspaper articles where people have had encounters, and I do speak to people personally, face to face and on the phone, because a lot of times people don't want to come out, with their names. They said, "Oh, I'll call you up, but I don't want to put my name out there," and I respect that because their jobs might be hinging on this. So I mean, I do this all over the place, and it's generally they are in usually families. And it's not like many families. It's like one family. It's almost like a husband and wife and their younger ones. But from what I understand, they stay together longer than normal families do in the animal kingdom. Like the tiger, he'll have babies with the tigress and then move on. And then the kids after a year, the tigress will get them to go on their own after a year. That's not like with the Dogman families. Usually a Dogman's going to stick together.
Like a pack?
Like a pack, yeah. But what I'm trying to get at is it's not like it's a huge pack. It's not like, cousins and other relatives in there. From what I've read and from encounters that people have had and other research I've done, it's generally just like the mom and dad and the younger ones. That's generally what it's like, so I guess they'd be 5 or 6 total, but they don't have packs of like 50, 60, 100. That's not what I've found anyway in my research. So I hope I answered your question, Terrence. And
Nick, along those lines, I think I'm getting some echo off somebody. Nick, I think I'm getting echo off you.
off of me.
Yeah, because I've got headphones in, so there's.
I shut everything down.
I don't hear it now.
Yeah, because before, if I'm on another channel, you'll get echo. You know, like if I'm on Facebook, but I shut that down.
Okay, I think it's gone now. But what I was going to say is, I'm doing something a little different in this book, The Nightmare Hunter, with behaviors, and it's based on something I read about an account from Afghanistan, which I think you're familiar with, and I don't want to go into too much detail because I don't want to spoil the surprise of the book. But I would like to send you what I've got of the manuscript and get your opinion on it, because this one it's not typical behavior. It's based on an account, actually a couple of accounts that came from soldiers out of Afghanistan. So it's a little, yeah, he's right. Terrence Hill says Kandahar. One of the stories was out of Kandahar. I'm not going to quote the story. It's not the Kandahar giant, but Nick will recognize it as soon as he reads it. And I'm going to send that manuscript to you here in a few minutes. And when you have a chance to go over it, I would really love your input on it.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. But as what he said, Kandahar, I've been to Afghanistan and into Kandahar, and I have not had any experiences there. I wish when I was there I did. It would have been something great to write about. But Steve, too bad you missed it before. What I was talking about is that generally the dogmen are in families of 5. Sound familiar?
Yeah, I
Those
have a
5
feeling
sets
this
of eyes. Sort of familiar to me.
Yeah, that's a little eerily familiar. That's not my smartest moment. Yeah, it seems like I seem to live my life by the Leroy Jenkins philosophy.
I didn't understand that last one from Terrence.
I don't know, though. I'm not familiar with that one either. If that's another cryptid story out of Afghanistan, I would love for you to send that to me. You can email me at daroberts@daroberts.net. I would love to hear that story, or you can send me your contact information and I can get a hold of you through Facebook or something. I would love to hear that story. Nick, I'll give this one to you.
A Yeti in that area of Kandahar, Afghanistan? No, that wouldn't be considered a Yeti. Definitely not. If anything, it would be a Bigfoot. But from other, I guess I'll call them soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
Really rare. No, not really.
Yeah, but my experience and things I've been researching on Dogman, actually the occurrences of encounters with Dogman seems to be on the rise.
It has been on the rise. In fact, in the last 5 months alone, I've reported this many times. The amount of Dogman sightings and people being harassed by Dogman has like quadrupled, and it was just amazing. I mean, at one time we had some teams out in the field, and one I've talked about in Highland, New York, where I had to take just 2 fellows up there to investigate this one for the lady, and it turned out to be a Sasquatch, a 15-footer, as a matter of fact.
That's a big boy.
But to get back to the one in Afghanistan, the soldiers I've spoken to, some of them have said, and they've corroborated some other evidence that have come out. I guess they've been talking about this for quite a few years now. I can't understand it, but the only way I can equate it now is, combining it with UFOs, with the alien life, is that they've seen dogmen with like metal breastplates on in Afghanistan.
Like I said, read the manuscript.
Yeah.
That's all I could say.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
No, that's exactly where I'm going.
Wow. No, but and I got to tell you, I don't know where you got yours from. I got mine from guys that I've known for a long time, and guys that have been going back and forth there. It's 5 different reports, 5 different people, and they were not on the same teams.
You and I may have gotten information from a similar guy. I'm not going to say his name because he asked me not to, but former Army Pathfinder.
All right. I don't want to put it out there because, my God, some of these guys are still active.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you got to consider operational security.
I had a friend.
OPSEC is big, and I don't kiss and tell, so it's not going to go out there. I don't care what the membership says out there. I'm not going to tell about it because they don't need to know it.
That's a fact.
But
some of the stuff that I've uncovered during research, I don't know. I can't validate it because official sources have vanished on it. Like the disappearances around the Joe Bald area, those are dead links. You will not find a damn thing on any of them. I've been stonewalled. I can on the other park I found, the other campground that they shut down and bulldozed over.
Yeah.
I can find nothing on that. It's just like one day they decided to close it, and that's all the information you can find.
Well, like Ron Moorhead was talking about, where they redact things, and well, the stuff in Afghanistan, it's not redacted. It's just not there anymore.
It just vanishes.
And, you have to write an after-action report, and there are none left. There's nothing out there. You can't find them.
I think Neoma ran into the same thing I did. Steve and I were pulling information. That was at your house one night, and that's when we found what was it? I think it was 8, possibly 9 disappearances in relation to that area, and then gone. And then like a week later, I went to look for them, and you couldn't even find that.
No, it was like 9 over a 14-year period, and then all of a sudden, like you said, disappeared like a fart in the wind.
Yeah, and Army Corps of Engineers are like, nope, nobody's reopening this park because the city of Kimberling City, it would be another great camping area, and they live on the tourist industry because it's in a good location. It's not far from the town. It's out in the woods, but it's not far from town. And every time they've tried, Army Corps of Engineers has been nope. They've tried a half a dozen times over the years, and every time the Army Corps of Engineers shuts them down.
I mean, you'll be able to park and then go in by foot.
Oh, well, you can drive in.
You crawl over there.
The one that's bulldozed, you need a 4-wheel drive to get to.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's possible. I've talked to a couple of people that have been in there. They said, but you're not going in anything short of a 4-wheel drive.
And pretty deep tread tires, I would imagine.
Probably.
They must have put some large berms up there.
Yeah, they came in and bulldozed berms over all the access points. And here's the real kicker on it. There's a public fishing access at the front edge of it, but right before you get to the berm. So you could still use the public fishing access, but at sundown, they come in, kick everybody out, and padlock the gate.
Really? You have rangers that come in there and they tell you got to leave now? You
got to go. We're locking it up.
Wow.
They will not let anybody in there after sundown. Yeah, Joe Bald, you can still go down there, but I don't think too many people do.
After our last visit, hell no.
No offense. I found a post from someone lamenting the fact that they can't camp there anymore. I thought, if you only knew. She's not wrong. That makes me think of not being able to go to Camp Zoe in Missouri, or Zoe.
Excuse me, DA.
Sure, sir. Yes, sir.
May I ask Steve a question? I had to go offline because my daughter just left work. She asked what I wanted. I ordered chicken, brown rice, and steamed vegetables. Is that okay?
I think you're doing pretty good there.
It's probably going to have broccoli, so I'm going to have to remove the broccoli.
You know what? I'm surprised. I'm surprised they didn't tell you to go on a total liquid diet for a while, just to calm things down.
Just a full cleanse?
Well, I read that that's the case. I'm kind of holding off to Monday, and I really don't want to dominate the program on this because we're really talking about some good stuff. But I do want to say just very quickly that I have read quite a bit, but all the assistance that I've received has been. I'm grateful. Due to my health, I didn't have surgery because I'm not diabetic. Because I didn't have blood pressure, high blood pressure, and all this other stuff. Otherwise, they said, "Yeah, we would have done it."
Wow.
So okay, that's a little more serious, huh, Steve?
A little
You
bit.
know, Roger,
You know-
I think you should get a Ninja blender because I understand that pepperoni pizza in one of those Ninja blenders really tastes good.
Oh, that's funny. But now here's the thing, guys. I want to have what is it?
Calzone?
No, but
Bombolini.
oh, jalapenos. That'll kill me, right, Steve?
Definitely want to make sure you're de-seeding those things.
And so then, no, I'm not even gonna bother.
No, you can have it. You just cut it in half and you take the seeds out.
Yeah,
But,
it's the trick.
Yeah, but right now I'm just gonna behave and
Of
just eat
course.
as well as I can. So it's all good. But you guys have a lot of comments right now. Let me see.
You do?
My brother Lewis says that sounds like the pigeon range, Raj, when we used to go up there for target shoot to close the area off. Yes, okay. I'm not sure if you gentlemen have heard, and I'm going to leave that comment up there for a moment, if I may, if we could return to the subject. Up Highway 39, for those of you that know Southern California, that's the San Gabriel Canyon. There's a dam up there. And by the way, I'm going to tell you right now, while hopefully once I return, I will have footage from... Okay, no, I better not say this right now. Let's just say, DA, in one of your books, you blow something up real big, I'm going to have footage from inside of one here in Southern
That's
California.
awesome.
That is not in Nevada. But anyway, up Highway 39, I think I told DA this story, but in 1985, and I think my brother can remember it, Southern California was frightened, folks, because up Highway 39, this is a highway which turns into San Gabriel Canyon, Highway 39, there were military men, soldiers, with machine guns blocking the roadway. It had been closed. Something happened up there in 1985. We found out later that an F-117 had crashed. So they had to go up there and they had to go and clear it up and do all this stuff. They shut everything down. My brother refers to the Pigeon Range, which is up there. It's about halfway up to Crystal Lake. No, maybe closer to Crystal Lake. And there was a shooting range up there, and now it's closed. Just from one day to the next, just closed. And it was a very popular range. I remember going up there twice with my brother, and just no reason given. Just closed. No more.
Yeah, answer this real quick. Terrence says, DA, did you get that link okay? Where did you send it? Because there's nothing showing up in my email. Sorry about that, guys.
Not at all.
Talk of funny, creepy military things. I meant to tell you, DA, when we had dinner tonight, that I had a funny encounter with a military while I was visiting my parents this past weekend. As I'm driving 44 towards St. Louis, a military convoy passed, and there were several up-armored Humvees, a couple of Bradley vehicles, and they didn't seem to be moving anything. It was just these armored vehicles. So then we get to my hometown, little 15,000 person Farmington, Missouri, and the entire weekend we were there, these same type of vehicles were driving all around town. I have no idea why. I've never seen an up-armored Humvee until this weekend. And I was like, well, that's odd. And so, and the guys that were in the vehicle, they were in full battle metal. I mean, helmets and plate carriers and everything. I'm like, what the hell?
Steve, did they have a 50 on top?
The Bradley had some type of...
Yeah.
The Bradley did. The up-armored Humvees didn't have any external weaponry on them. They just had doors that were about 6 inches thick, with the windows and the armored windows and everything. They were like the hatchback style, but the Bradleys had some type of a large mounted gun, probably a 50. I couldn't swear to it. My military weapon knowledge is limited, but it just struck me as odd that I've never seen a Bradley fighting vehicle in my life, and I saw several of them, and then the up-armored Humvees. We have a National Guard armory in Farmington, and it literally has a couple of old standard issue Humvees in it with the canvas tops. I mean, they don't have anything cool there, so I wasn't sure what to make of all of it.
You know, with that F-117, I mean, that all that stealth technology they had on it, and I guess they would have had to find every piece. How long did they have that closed off for, Roger?
Well, it's permanently closed now.
Oh.
It closed sometime in the 90s, if I'm not mistaken. My brother, who is listening, he knows exactly when it was closed because he is an aficionado and he would head up there regularly. But if we went to Google, I think we could still see the site. It's just closed. Matter of fact, I'm going to try to do that right now and see if we can home in. I doubt it's been erased from existence.
Pixelated.
Yeah. I don't think so. It's just been closed. Let me head on over there. I'm going to take a quick look.
Probably totally been redacted, the report. On such and such a date, redaction, everything.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's actually not very far from here where I'm at now. It's maybe about 20 miles away. It's just up that way, just northwest of me. Being so close to the mountains over here. I'm going to find it on Google and see. I think it's there. It's closed. Highway 39. It's north of, for those looking on Google, the Superior or San Gabriel Reservoir. And I think I may have already found it. Oh, there's the Pigeon Range Fire Road. That's got to be it. Oh, yeah, here it is. Okay, it's not that big of a deal. But look, it's just not even marked anymore. Do you mind, DA, if I go over to the share screen?
Help yourself.
Okay, folks, here we are. I'm going to share the screen right now. This is in Southern California. And let's see if we can do this. Look, just to give you an idea, here is Southern California. Here's LA, Pasadena. This is the Angeles Forest. And this is it right here. Now, a little bit of trivia, the bridge to nowhere. There, do you see the image right there? That's, it's just a bridge. You can't get there via road. It's only via trail. I believe one of the Fast and the Furious movies were filmed there. But anyway, here it is. Watch. I just saw it listed, darn it. But it's right around here. Oh, there it is. Pigeon Fire Road. Okay, here it is. So it's off Highway 39. You hike up this trail over here, and this is where the range used to be. There's nothing now. There's just nothing here. It was a range. You would think you would see something else there, but no, there's absolutely nothing. And aficionados would head up there all the time to the shooting range, and now it's just closed. There's no, when you drive by there, there's no commentary. Oh, here we go. Lewis says the official report on the pigeon range was there was a big shootout up there, and that's why the sheriff closed it, apparently. Well, maybe. But, I don't know. Point is, it's there, and don't know why. A lot of things happen up in those mountains. These are the mountains north of LA.
Wow.
Nick, I ran across something in some of the stuff I was looking up in the past couple of days. When dealing with the LBL case, in addition to that, there are over 19 missing persons in that park over the last 10 years.
That's
that
correct.
The paperwork has vanished on. 3 this year already.
Right. And it's amazing. It just continues and continues. They continue to hide it all the time. Now, I don't want to put too much out there, but this summer the NADP is going to have I guess we're going to reopen the case, and we're going to have a field investigation in the area where that supposed massacre happened.
Are they going to be doing a lot of filming there?
Yeah, we're going to do a little bit of filming there, and we're going to take a security team of 4 people, and you're
5.
invited. You've been invited, and
talk to the wife. We're planning on coming.
I have quite a few other people that have some big names coming out there, so we'll do a little bit of filming, and we'll see how it goes out there. I want to definitely.
LBL is only about 5-6 hours from here. It's not far.
Oh, that's good.
So can you file like a Freedom of Information Act or something like that to get these documents?
David Paulides has numerous times, and since those are all dealing with national parks, you have to do it through the National Park Service. And he applied a Freedom of Information Act for all disappearances in the U.S. parks, and they told him it would cost him about $1.8 million for them to compile that information. So He's tried Freedom of Information Act on individual cases, and they will tell him there's no records.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, that I'm not calling that person a liar in any way, but they're BSing him because
David's a former cop. He knows the deal, but every time he tries to get information on disappearances in parks, he gets stonewalled.
Okay,
that was the Secretary of the Interior that told him that.
Yeah,
I remember I was watching the interview with Paulides.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if that is the case,
that
then tell them.
Research.
Then do it. Get it done. And when you're about to present the information to me, I'll pay it. See, that's the thing. They're just throw that number out there to intimidate you. Mm-hmm. I can tell you, it is an ordinary expense. They charge you per sheet of paper, and it's a reasonable fee. We're talking between 9 and 15 cents. Okay, so for them to throw out 1.8 million, come on.
Well, he could have said the disappearances that have happened within the last 3 years. That could have reduced the cost then, and I would love to have seen what they would have said then.
Okay, but they're stonewalling him because what they have to do is they actually have to do the search, and they will charge him for it once.
Right,
it's done. For him to just say it was 1.8 million, cut it out, pal. Do your job.
No,
I'm gonna bring up an image. Give me just a second to pull it up. David Paulides has done probably more research than anybody on missing people specifically in national parks, and it's an alarming number. He has a map that he calls a map of the clusters of where the major disappearances are. And this is it. And if you notice, the biggest one in the United States is right out there by where that firing range is.
Okay, the one in the lower one, that would be me. But the one in this map, that is actually up in by Yosemite. That's over by Mono Lake. That's up there.
Yosemite is the biggest cluster.
Okay, yes. Now the one underneath, that's the LA basin.
Well, look at this other one over here on the far right.
Nothing happens in San Diego.
Over in Virginia.
Damn it.
There's some huge clusters up in Maine. These clusters correspond with areas that are not just national parks, but areas that are also have good access to water. They have
really looks like North Carolina,
heavily forested areas, and are known to have cave systems
and boulder fields. I remember
boulder fields.
D.A., check your Facebook Messenger.
Bringing it up right now, Nick. I just saw that.
Sent you the map, and it's circled in red the area for the massacre that happened there.
Nick, this is your expertise. I will turn this over to you to talk about it. You know more about it than just about anybody I know.
Well, this whole area here, there's a graveyard in this area, and it's like you're just coming in on the Tennessee side into the land between the lakes. And this area here is designated, that whole area is designated where the so-called massacre of the family of 4 happened. Which includes the tree where the little girl was found, and the camper, Now, once again, this fellow that came out and said he was a survivor, he's saying that it was a motorhome. Everything I've ever read and any sheriff's officers I've spoken to and any of former sheriff officers' relatives who have heard about it, they've all said that it was a tow-behind camper. So this is the area where they're at, right where that A is. There's their campground.
Mhm.
Well, it looks like an A anyway. That's where that was, and then just going up a little bit, you'll see the north welcome area. Now, if you go down to the right at about 5 o'clock, that's where the trees were, where the little girl was supposedly found.
Mhm.
And I'll tell you, I've spoken to people that owned and I guess it would be more like the daughter of the lady that owned the place at the time. They had one of these little mom and pop stores, and she said that morning, 2 of the sheriff's officers came over there, and they would normally come there anyway, but they came over a little earlier than normal, and they sat down on a bench outside of their little mom and pop store, where they served bacon and eggs and scrapple and all that good stuff and coffee, and they weren't even hungry. They just sat there, and she brought them out coffee, and she says, "What happened?" And they couldn't even talk about it. So it's like everything that individual said, on the different shows, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Naoma, if you do go, I would be more than happy to be your backup. It might take me a little while to get there, but yeah, I would not let you go alone or unarmed.
No.
Hey, folks, just by the way, I actually went to Freedom of Information requests, believe it or not, and the first 2 hours are free. After 100 papers or pages, that's free. That's why I kind of, when I heard it's going to cost 1.8 million, no, dude. You have to provide information. So they have to give him something. If they're refusing, it's just because they're playing hardball. I respect what he is doing, and I admire what he is doing, but they have rules that they have to follow, and they hate when people are smarter than they are. So it's okay, fine. Give me your first 100 pages. You have to, by law.
And then for 15 cents a page after that,
it's
God.
Actually even 10 cents.
I mean, if it's only 10, geez.
Yeah, it says commercial use requesters are charged for any search time, document review, and duplication. Fine, I get that. News, media, educational, or scientific requesters are charged for duplication only after the first 100. All other requesters are charged for search time after 2 hours and duplication after 100 pages. So that's the law. They have to give them something. They can, it's going to cost 1.8 million. I don't give a rat's ass how much it's going to cost. Do your job. Sorry. It's not that I
Like
work.
I said, Roger, he doesn't have to say every one. I mean, every one going back.
Right. They have to give them something.
It's the whole basis of the missing 411 that really intrigued me enough to want to come up with something like Codename Wild Hunt. Because every account you hear about where people have gone missing in those parks and they do a major search, there's always an unidentified government faction that shows up and either runs people off or shows up after everything's all said and done and tells everybody, go away now, we're going to do our investigation. Like the LBL thing, supposedly there were FBI agents that stood off to the side and didn't share notes with anybody.
Yeah. Well, that's also where you get your so-called men in black.
Mm-hmm.
Men in black, people think, oh, those are the guys with black suits and eyeglasses on. And I just did several postings in the Quad Coalition today about that. And from my research, and I've been really deep diving it.
Nick, we lost you. You froze up.
NSA, cut them off.
You know that they say that stands for no such agency, right?
Yeah.
Such agency.
he should be back in a moment, hopefully.
Nick,
there he
you
is.
froze up. You froze completely up like mid-word.
NSA cut you off, Nick. So
Stop that. You promised to let me be on the show tonight.
that was good. All right, dude. That was
God
good.
almighty. You know, nobody
Lord.
keeps their word anymore. Not even the Christians in action.
Yeah,
I like
Christians in action.
Terrence.
I haven't heard him called that in a while.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
I got friends that range really wild. Oh man. Yeah, they don't want to tell you anything. They'll
Well,
probably
you
blind
got
us
cut
right
off. You said
know
that you get the Men in Black suits, sunglasses, whatever, and you say what it really is, and then you got cut off. I'd love to hear what you were saying.
Oh, I didn't realize
You really were cut off. You
really were,
that.
yeah.
You just locked up for like a minute and a half.
Oh my God, I didn't know that. I thought it came across. All right,
But I
well,
love what Terrence wrote. Did you see that? Shit,
It might
MIB
be
got
good.
him. I'm sorry, that was funny. I'm sorry, Nick. Go ahead. That was just way too funny. I'm sorry, brother.
and I didn't do that, by the way. You guys are controlling the studios, not me.
Oh, well, you got cut off. We had no control.
In Quad Quote Coalition of Sciences, I put in 3 different articles on Men in Black, and people think they're the guys in the black suits with dark eyeglasses that show up, but actually they're just government agents, and they don't wear sunglasses unless it's really sunny out because they need to be able to see everything. And it's just a government agent. That's all. That's who an MIB is. So I mean, it's not such a bunch of strange people. But throughout the years, people have shown up. What sounds rehearsed?
Maybe the cover story. I don't know. Lewis, clarify it, please.
Luis, come on.
I know. Come on.
So, Nick, is it standard procedure for government agents to not identify their agency when they show up?
Negative.
Okay.
Not
So
standard.
fortunately, I've never received a call from a government agent, so I don't know the protocol.
You know why? Because they'll throw it right out of court if they need to take court action. And I mean, you could tell the guy to go pound sand and bark at the moon and walk away from it. What are they going to do? They're going to pull guns on you and shoot you right in public? No. Identify yourself and let me see your identification. Most of them are real glad to flip out the old badge case there and say, here it is.
Yeah.
Go a little slower. Let me have it in my hand and I'll give it back to you.
So, DA, does the Wild Hunt carry fabricated credentials?
Oh, many, many times. Well, if you noticed, when the first time the team appeared in Lakeview, man, they were telling everybody they were Missouri Water Patrol. And Clark's like, I know every agent of this area, and you're none of them.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, my brother was talking about the other guys. Yes, that's their cover story. That's what they told him to say. All right, fair enough. Most guys do identify themselves. Either their vehicle identifies themselves, or when they show up. You're right, Nick. They're more than happy to flash that badge.
I mean, if it's state, you're going to see SG on the plate. If it's federal government, it's very easy to see. On their plates they have white license plates, and it says right on there who they are. So it's just so easy to see that. But of course, it's going to lend itself to have undercover cars that they say. They'll rent a car and they'll go to a place. A lot of people say that, but the whole idea is that they have to by law. And I don't care if people say, oh, well, they don't have to go by the code of the law. Well, yeah, if they want to do their job properly,
they do.
They have to identify themselves. Like, who are you? Now, a lot of people say, oh, a lot of cops, they won't do that. Well, they don't have to if they're in a uniform. They come there in a police uniform. They got a gold line down their pants. They've got badges over here. They got a metal badge here, and it says police officer. State of Missouri, state police. And they got Missouri State Police. He's a cop, right? He pulled up in a Missouri police car. He's got the weapons that they carry. I mean, it's simple as that. But for somebody to tell me that a plainclothesman came up to him and let's talk about the LBO guy. You know, they went to the farmhouse that he was staying at, and these two plainclothes guys came up there and said, "Come with us. You're a 15-year-old. Are you going to come with these two strange guys? They could be pedophiles for all you know."
Yeah, no, without ID and by law, you cannot question a minor without their present parents present.
Correct. Yeah, and you know that whole deal just stinks to me. I'm sorry, it just smells. But you know, I've never seen it, and I know guys from the FBI, the Secret Service, the alphabet soup agencies. They're all proud to show you who they are when they're out there. You know, so I just couldn't see this guy's story. It just didn't float.
I don't know if you've heard some of this, Nick, but I've ran into this, and it wasn't like they were correlated or happened at the same time. They were different accounts from different parts of the country that eyewitnesses claiming to have cryptid encounters were interrogated by one guy in a suit and the other guy dressed like a biker with long hair.
I've heard that several times.
I've heard that, in a lot of accounts. And they describe the same two guys. And these are accounts that are in different parts of the country.
Yeah. And I don't know what's going on with that. Let's see. Lewis. Is it Luis or Lewis?
Sure. It is Lewis. He goes by Lewis, but in Spanish, of course, it's Luis. Yes, he told me the story about that. Where I was like, I read it, I chuckled. I'm like, oh, I'm not going to put this one on screen, and he did. It did, and it was that was. He was tired. He parked. You see, the whole story is he was tired. He did park across the lanes. He was lazy, and the cook came out to tell him. And my brother was bad. All he did was get a notebook. You know, remember those old notebooks that we would all have in the 80s? Mm-hmm. Well, he just opened it up. He said, "Immigration, I want to see your ID, and I want to see it now."
I had a black
white and ran.
I had a black leather one that had a notepad in it. Yeah, kind of like that, but it was black leather. Yeah. And I carried that for years as an officer. I don't know what happened to that.
These are leather on the outside. Yeah, this is official.
Yeah, those are government issue. Government. I got 4 or 5 of those.
Look, this is official for U.S. government.
Wow, that's impressive.
Nick, those government pins that last forever. Ooh. These are harder and harder to come by. I had a buddy that worked in supply. Gave me a box of them.
I'm gonna have to send you one of these.
I've got 4 or 5 of those, Nick.
Oh.
They're around here somewhere.
That's the official.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, just way off track. I'm gonna see if I can find the pin real quick. But there was a joke in the tax community because it's like this one company, National Pen, offered a deal to everyone, and here it is. This type of pin right here, and it was kind of cool because It's like everyone had them. It's got the little stylus on the top, and it was funny. But someone took a picture of being at an IRS office, and they had their pin on there. They were prepping for the audit, and I made the joke. I said, "Man, God, did everyone get this pin?" Because I did. I purchased about 500 of them, and then another agent showed me one, the exact same pin. But it said Internal Revenue Service on it. That was funny. That was good.
Stolen from the Internal Revenue Service.
That would have been better.
One of my favorite ink pens says "Stolen from the Hard Rock Casino in Tulsa, Oklahoma" on it.
That's cool.
It's a great pen. I love it. Next time we go there, I'm getting a couple more if I can.
Oh, man.
Naoma says, "No, I didn't spend $1,600 on a pin." No, that was a toilet bowl. We know that.
And hammers.
Actually, the hammers are about, I think, $4,300 or $4,400.
Yeah, from Tulsa. That's the one my wife and I go to on occasion.
I do want to say, gentlemen, that I will not review any more than this, but I am a buyer at my job. I absolutely love my job. All I get to do is spend money. And there are times... Money.
And get samples?
No. No samples. But what I have to buy is unbelievable with the amount of money. In the old position, I figured, man, if I can spend $1 million by the time I retire, I'll be happy. Man, in my new position, I spend $1 million a week. It's pathetic. And it's just
On
it's
pins and toilet seats.
Hey, you guys remember hearing?
I will not comment.
You guys remember hearing about the $600 government toilet seats?
Mhm.
Yeah, of course.
Well, do you know the story behind it?
Please, Nick, tell us.
No. And you can look it up. This is the truth. On military aircraft, they have to have a certain type of curvature. They have to be made out of a certain fireproof material. It has to be able to take the vibrations and everything. And originally, the seats were made, and they were sold for $600 a piece. And a couple of years went by, and then they needed to replace these seats or put them on other airplanes, other transports inside the planes, and they had to do all the research again. So it costs a lot of money to do, the research and producing the stuff, and it's got to meet military specs. So, like we got military spec guns, firearms, we have military spec toilet seats. And in all honesty, they do cost $600 a piece. So it wasn't BS.
Terrence
the
says on there right now, I think he's referring to the Hard Rock Casino. Yeah, I'm taking my wife there this week. Neoma Finn says we didn't pay that much for them. The diamond tip saws, though, were a nightmare. The FAR was hell on gyms. Terrence Hill says, Nick, we get anything come through Northeast Oklahoma?
Yes.
The general wants to know if you're taking kickbacks.
I am not that high up the food chain. No, I am nobody. They just know what I love doing. That's it.
Space donut rims costing more than a standard.
I'm sorry.
That's funny.
Well, anyway, did that gentleman that asked about Oklahoma? Yes. The answer is yes. And it's a dangerous area.
There's a story going around, and I have not been able to chase it down, but I've heard the story from multiple sources about one of the Indian casinos in Oklahoma got some very clear, very good security footage of a group of Sasquatch eating out of the trash cans behind the casino.
Where?
And they will not share. It's one of the Indian casinos in Oklahoma, and they will not share it with the public.
No. If they have proof like that,
it's clear footage.
They're not going to show that.
I talked to a guy who's allegedly seen the footage, but they will not release a copy, and it's not online. You cannot find it.
No, then they're going to get people, crowding the area out there and endangering themselves, and not coming to the casinos. They want the casinos to gamble, not to go trampling around all over the place. Terrence, I'll elaborate if you want to send me a Facebook Messenger message. I'll elaborate that way, but I will tell you this: we have a team going out there, and I do not want them to be interfered with.
I would like to take a group down to the Hanabi area, Hanabi, Oklahoma, down where the siege of Hanabi happened. I want to go down there.
Oh,
I don't want to go during the time of year when they have the big festival either. I want to go when there's nobody down there.
That info I sent you, DA, about the in Montana, the Bob Marshall Wilderness area.
Yes, sir.
I was up there, and we had training up there, 100 miles. We had a transverse. You needed snowshoes in June because otherwise you're going to sink right up down to your chest.
That's a lot of snow.
There's a lot of snow in June up there. And that's where the divide is. They call it the Continental Divide, separates the Atlantic from the Pacific because of all the different waterways. I mean, that is an amazing area. And if you want to research it, I mean, I'll give you whatever info that you need from me on it because I was up there. That's also the biggest area for grizzly bears.
Hey, I just thought of something, Nick. You said it's on the Continental Divide, correct?
Yes, sir.
That means it falls into the direction of two teams. Team Odin and Team Orion could both respond.
Oh yeah.
That would be a great story.
Oh, man. But I mean, when you start reading about this area, I mean, I was there personally, and we came upon a log cabin, and who was in this log cabin was a young lady who was a forest ranger, and she gave us all kinds of good insight in what to do, what not to do, and what to remember. It was like, she goes, make sure you're not downwind from a grizzly because you might surprise them. You might come upon, one of their kill. You might come upon one of their cubs, and then you're going to be in trouble. And since it was a large group, they could smell us, so they would keep away from us, which was a good thing. However, we did see a grizzly at one point that kind of got a little pissed that we were in the area. I guess we were near the berry trees or whatever, because they grab berries like crazy, and just left us alone. But one did spot us. I have to say that much, and we were downwind, so we must have surprised it. But wait till you look up that area. There's so much for you for that area that you could write a ton on that. The mimic units will go great over there.
Yeah, that's. I'm going to have to do some research on that area and probably spend a couple hours on a conference call with you and maybe a couple other people and get that area down, because I have not been up there, but I want to know the land in detail before I write about it.
Oh my God! If you can hike, definitely. I'll go with you, and I know Roger will come, and so will Steve.
I'm not quite there
Maybe
yet, but I'm working
right
toward
now.
it.
Maybe not right now.
I'm working toward it.
Well, we'll get you some mirrors or sea rats.
I'm trying to build back up. I've started a regimen that Steve and I were talking earlier that seems to have given me a little bit more mobility. So hopefully I can strengthen and continue. I mean, I'm still dealing with a lot about lower back pain, but I'm trying to find a way to work through it.
Well, I do ask you this though: if you do decide you want to go, please let me go with you. I'm familiar.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm familiar. I'm not an expert on the area, but I'm familiar with it because we did go over it. A lot of it is zigzagging up the mountain. I mean, that's the only way you're gonna do it over there.
You can't go straight up. You gotta tack back and forth. It's like a sailboat against the wind. You just can't scale it straight up.
It's absolutely rough up there. Not something you'd want to do. But Roger, I said if you would come with us, we'd bring you some meals ready to eat.
We used to call them meals refused by Ethiopians.
I thought you were telling DA that.
Meals ready to excrete.
Meals ready to excrete.
Yeah, we called them that a lot too.
I've had them. I guess I wasn't privileged. I could
hear
survive.
I hear the new generation are a lot better than the old dark brown ones that we had when I was in.
And what are the new generation ones?
They've actually gone through like 4 generations of the MRE. They've evolved over the years.
From that dark bag?
Mm-hmm, the ones I had when I was in the military, if you ate the peanut butter, you could pretty much guarantee you weren't going to take a crap for a week. And when you did, it was brutal.
Did you guys used to fight over the ravioli and the hot dogs and beans?
I tell you,
I'm sure they traded.
I would have shanked my battle buddy for the dehydrated strawberries. Those were like crack.
Mm.
Wow,
they were good. Good stuff out there. Roger, we'll have to send you a case one of these days when you're better.
Actually, I have a store about a mile away.
Nice.
I forget what they're called right now, but
Army Navy store?
Yes, and they have the stuff right there, so I could probably just run it over there. It's across the street from one of the restaurants I like a great deal, so it's really good. I kind of angled myself this way because I'm waiting for my daughter to come through the door. I mean, she texted me like 40 minutes ago, and it's like, oh, the old man is dying.
I'll be back. I'm right here.
DA, has that individual, you may not be able to confirm nor deny the person, but has the individual that commented about your wild hunt, that it may be a little closer to reality? Well, okay, that individual.
Yeah.
Have you asked them to maybe share any combat stories?
I have, and he said he cannot go on the record and doesn't want his face on the screen.
Well, there's no need for him to go on the record, but has he given you ideas of engagements and stuff?
Oh yeah. He's told me a few.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
Yeah, he's told me a couple. I've got another friend
That he's privy to, or that he's been involved in.
He won't say. He gave me some broad strokes and goes, okay, well, he says, hypothetically speaking, what if this happened and you'd be pretty close to the mark? I'm like, okay, gotcha. And I've got another buddy named Mike Gaddis, who's a retired Air Force. He did office correspondence and a lot of the PR that the Air Force did. And he's a buddy of mine. And him and I were talking late one night. And between him and our conversation, we pretty much created the plot for the next Wild Hunt book. And I think it's going to astound some people because it's going to get nasty.
Nice. Hey guys, I want to do a little show and tell.
Okay.
Mountain House.
There you go.
The scrambled eggs with
scrambled
bacon.
eggs.
Oh my God, this is so good. And then
do you add water, or are they dehydrated, or?
Oh, here's the water. Here's the water.
There you go.
Comes with a little carabiner. The Oakley water. This is the best water, I'm going to tell you, that you can get. This is fantastic.
Nick, have you ever used the Life straws? Those filtration systems?
Oh yeah, those things are amazing.
I want to get a couple of them for my bag.
I saw, as usual, if you're out there and you have a stream or any kind of body of water, you want to run it through your a cloth of some sort. You got to take out all the garbage first.
Yeah, clear out the particulates.
That's why. I got them all over the place. That's why when you wear a little rag around your neck or something, a little handkerchief, it's always good to have that because you can do so many things with those things. But definitely everybody should remember to, pour it through that first, and then use the Life straw after that. It'll last so much longer too, but they work. I saw a guy do a demonstration. He actually had some people urinate in the toilet, several people, and then he drank from that toilet. That was disgusting, but I mean, at least he could have added ice cubes and make it cold or something, but it does work.
I saw a demonstration with that Life straw. A guy went to a mud puddle, laid down on his stomach, and stuck the Life straw in and started drinking. Straight out of a mud puddle. We are joined by Herr General. General Dalton has joined us for this evening. And another surprise guest, Naoma Finn from the Dixie Cryptid podcast and the What If It's True podcast. She does a lot of the narrations and the editing for the story. She's also a big-time crypto researcher herself, and she's going to be starting her own little channel on there, which I hope I can join in and be part of. Naoma, you are awesome. Thank you for joining us, and glad you decided to come on. This is Steve Wildman Monrotus, my partner in crime. Nick Valente of the North American Dogman Project. Josh Dalton, who's one of my alpha readers and a good friend of mine. And we just lost Roger. He disappeared. He's El Guapo to my LFA. CFA. Name El Guapo.
He had to sign off. He was running out of steam.
Oh, okay. I missed the privates. Yes, I hear you just fine.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I had my microphone plugged in. Well, I am honored to be a member of this panel. There's some names here that I recognize.
Well, Steve is pretty infamous. as the infamous Dogman attractor.
I have a couple of more questions about the LBL if anybody's interested.
Fire away. Nick is as close as you're going to find to an expert on the subject of LBL. Nick is it. I don't think there's any true experts, but Nick has put more research into it than anybody I know.
Well, as Nick, or as you know, because I've said this, and I think I even put it in the comments, I'm actually about an hour from there, so it tends to be a favorite subject of mine. I've heard and other researchers say, and I don't know if it's true, that the Dogman tends to be at the north end and the Sasquatch at the south end. Correct. Have you ever heard that?
No, that's
Why is
correct.
that? Why do you think that is? Because
They
I've
don't
also
like
heard
each other.
that
Yeah, they don't like each other, but they do respect the boundaries.
it's interesting.
I would imagine somewhere along that demarcator, you're going to find a bunch of territorial markers. I bet we would find all kinds of formations.
Has anybody ever looked for them?
I have never been there. I've driven through it, but I have not got to do boots on the ground.
Yeah.
That is hopefully going to change in July.
That's a
I'm still searching the internet for an armored Humvee to get me there.
Well, Nick's got the next best thing.
Okay.
We're going there with an up armored H3 Hummer.
All right.
I don't have a 50 cal on top or anything, but we're going to be able to defend ourselves quite well.
Well, I might not be a tier 1 operator. I would put Nick at least in that ballpark, but I might not be a tier 1 operator. But you'd see a fat guy put down an impressive volley of fire if one of them came in.
On the upside, if I was there, I am the slowest runner, so you guys would all be safe.
I don't know. You'd probably outrun me at my current condition.
I have one knee that doesn't work, so I'd be running one-legged.
Well, then we'd be doing the 3-man hop. I'll put my arm around you, put your arm around me, and we'll do the potato sack run and get out of there.
And everybody else will be fine.
We'll be spreading the barbecue sauce on you, and then we run.
Thanks for the help. Appreciate that.
I'm going to have chocolate in every pocket so a dogman won't want me.
Oh, yeah.
That's real nice. You'll give him diarrhea. That's really great.
That's my plan. Try to taste bad.
Oh,
bring the grapes.
You want to take a couple squirt bottles full of Steve urine to mark
there you go.
We'll do the whole boundary of the camp with it.
DA, if you can get me a bottle before we go to LBL, I would appreciate it.
It's Steve's old-fashioned dogman lure. All natural.
I really want to take it there. I'm going to film it. We're going to put it out there. We'll scent out the area. They must have been looking there that night. I swear, I get a kick out of this every time I think about it. Looking at him saying, damn.
Well, Naoma, since you're here, and a lot of people over on the Dixie Cryptid channel has been asking about this, I will play the slow-mo version if you want to look at it.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You've looked at the full version?
I have, yes.
Okay. Well, here's the slow-mo. And if you watch toward the center of the screen, you know the area where it pops out.
I know exactly where to look. Yes,
okay.
I've looked at it.
This is the slow-mo. It starts out at normal speed, but when it does the playback, it does it again at slow-mo. So here we go.
Okay. But later on, right after that, when you've got your back to the eye shine, are they absolutely certain that eye shine directly behind you is just a reflection? Because that looked like eye shine to me.
It looked like eye shine to me. I didn't dispute the guys. They said it could have been eye shine. They didn't know, but they thought it might have been lens glare from the glasses or something. I don't see that because a couple points I turn my head and it still stays in the same position.
Yeah.
However, I will say this. From where I was standing when Steve filmed that portion, the eye shine that was behind me would have been in the clear. It would have been that high off the ground on the road. It was outside our lights. It was in the clear. So there's no way that was an owl or a raccoon up in a tree. It was in an area with no trees.
Wow.
It had moved out into the open.
Doug.
What's that?
I said, I'll be right back.
Okay, sir.
That is absolutely...
And there's the infamous photo.
Yeah.
You can see the hand and the head.
The hand is what gets me. The head I'm fine with. But that stupid hand added to it just scares the heck out of me.
We went back to that spot. Yeah, we went back to the spot and estimated that was about 8 to 8.5 feet off the ground.
Wow.
The head, not the hand. The hand would have been right about chest level on me.
But you see the positioning of that hand, the claw area, it would have been
Mhm.
perfect. Perfect. That's definitely there.
Yeah, Nick is as when it comes to Dogman, he's the guy I would go to. And Nick, do you mind telling us which one you thought that was?
Yeah, I'm thinking that it was. Where did I see it? Oh, there it is. Type 3 variant 1.
The first one at the top.
Yeah, top left.
Wow.
You know, I will acquiesce to your superior experience on that, but to me, the head looks more wolf-like. I was thinking the variant 3, but I will because look at the canine shape of the head. It doesn't have that monkey look to it. But if you think it's a type 3 variant 1, I will acquiesce to your experience. But when I first saw it, the first time I did the comparison on here, I thought it was a variant 3.
Well, they are both very similar, facial features wise. The one on the bottom left, the canine variant 1, it's a little bit more chubby up in the under the ear area.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only big difference. I don't think.
Well, either one of them scares the crap out of me that it was that close.
that was amazing.
Multiple variants.
I don't think you've seen these, Naoma. That's a enhanced version, and you can still clearly see the head.
Yep.
There's the head. And at this point, it was starting to move back.
Oh, and there's that hand again.
Mm-hmm.
That just terrifies me.
So for everybody that's here tonight from the Dixie Cryptid channel, this is what we were talking about. That's the slow-mo version of the video. These are the stills that they were able to clean up. And I will say, at the time, Steve and I did not see any of this. We didn't know it was there. We were filming a promo video for a book, nothing more. We went down there just on a lark, just having a good time, filmed it. We immediately got back in my van, went on into Branson and ate dinner. We did not think anything of this. I didn't even see the eye shine until I went to upload it to YouTube later. And it wasn't until a year and a half almost, or at least a year after we filmed it, that Thomas Whitney spotted the movement, because Steve and I had watched the video half a dozen times and never saw it. When he pointed it out, I couldn't unsee it.
Yeah, and how far away from you was that?
About 30 yards, maybe less.
Yeah.
And you didn't see the eye shine either?
No,
afterwards?
We did not.
No.
Wow.
What was most disturbing to me is, after meeting Nick, I'm a heavy type 1 diabetic, so while we were out there, I had to pee.
I drink sweet tea. He had sweet pea.
Yeah, and not knowing any better, I probably 25, 50 feet from where that image was, I peed on a tree.
Oh my!
Which, knowing what I know now,
dogs don't like it when you mark their territory.
No, that's basically what Nick pointed out. He's like, you just marked your territory. I'm like, oh, wonderful. And so, not only did I mark the territory, but now the damn dog knows I'm a fat diabetic. So,
Now, DA was like what? What did you say? About 90 feet away?
Yeah, thereabouts.
Now, if you go on a straight sidewalk and measure just 30 of your footsteps, because that's about 3 feet each step, right? And that's about 90 feet. Just look at the distance. It's not that far.
Nick, you're familiar with the 21-foot rule, correct?
Uh-huh.
That's what I was thinking.
But you can't draw on a person with a knife if they're closer than 21 feet.
They'll get to you.
You'll get stabbed. Yeah. I would say I would extend that out probably to 100 feet for a dog man, because if it's got the ability to sprint toward me, I don't think I could have drawn fast enough to got it. Not at that distance. And all I was carrying was a 9mm pistol. Steve was you were carrying a 40, weren't you? A 40 cal baby Glock.
Right. Yeah,
we had two small pistols, and there were 4 of us down there. My wife and Steve's wife were in the minivan. They didn't get out. I was carrying a
40 with 10 rounds in it.
I was still a cop at the time, so I had my duty weapon, which was a Glock 17, loaded with 3 additional magazines. So I could have put a lot of small caliber ammunition in its direction, which probably just would have pissed it off.
Like a swarm of mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, and like we told Nick when we armed ourselves before we came down there, he was law enforcement. I'm just a concealed carry holder. And I figured an old abandoned state park. I'm worried about running across a meth head. If I had to draw, I'm expecting a human target.
However, I did get a report from an officer, a former officer that worked down there. He went down in that park one night because a lot of the deputies in Stone County would go down there because it was a quiet place to park and no one would see them. And they'd back into the old campsites and do reports. Well, he backed in, and this was about the time I was a rookie. So this would have been early 2000s. He went in there to park, and when I was a rookie at Greene County, when I first started with the Greene County Sheriff's Office, he went in to do a report, and something slammed its hands down on his trunk deck and made the whole vehicle almost bottom out. He said he looked in his rearview, hit the brakes, looked in the rearview mirror, and all he saw was chest and fur. And he threw it in gear and stomped out of there, and then had to try to explain why he had two big dents with claw marks on it on his trunk deck. He quit law enforcement not long after that.
Yeah, I can see that.
He said, if that's out there, I don't want to run into it.
So, there's two of us.
We came pretty damn close, Steve.
Now, guys, another reason why I think it's the Type 3 Variant 1 is because they're the least aggressive of all the different variants. And they could have just been up there observing. That's the one top left. They're the least aggressive of all of them. And they're probably the smartest ones.
Nick, you want to field this question?
Why is
from Terrence?
Astronomically more infamous? Well, Bigfoot started out as Yeti, the abominable snowman, way back when. People have been reporting that for a much longer time. Since the year 2000 to the year 2015, there was 3,000 reports in the California, Oregon, Washington area alone.
Well, how many of those Bigfoot sightings might have been in those Bigfoot sightings? How many of those might have been a misidentified dogman? Because I've read a lot of Bigfoot sightings which actually could be attributed to a gugway, but they report it had a snout and pronounced ears.
Yeah, it could have been. But I mean, we're still talking about 3,000 within that, a small frame of time, and then another 650 up in Canada. I mean, all these people, and that's a small area. We're talking California, Oregon, Washington State, rather. And, all these people can't be hallucinating. I'm sorry. No matter how much weed they smoke out there, they couldn't have been hallucinating. I mean, that's a lot of reports. Everybody's lying that they saw something.
And some of them are coming from very credible people, cops, lawyers, doctors. It's not like they, the old days when the only people they interviewed was Cletus from the trailer park. Yeah, I was sitting in my trailer in my boxer shorts, and Bigfoot come up and stole my cooler.
Stole my shorts. Yeah, it's like, forget it.
Shorts.
He some bitch stole my pants.
There was a story about in California, a Hollywood doctor that was stopped by the cops, and right on his seat, he had a .44 Magnum, and they asked him, "What are you doing with that?" And he told them a story about these Bigfoot creatures that were in his backyard. And when he goes home up his driveway, he goes, I'm going to use it for protection for myself to get into the house. They were in his backyard. I mean, this is a doctor, a well-known Hollywood doctor. And I guess he's still in practice, too. And he's still
Nick,
out there. But, yeah.
We get a lot of viewers that are interested in this subject, but I know from some of the questions I've read in forums, they haven't necessarily been directed to us, but some of them, may come our way or see this video. What advice would you give to somebody like that doctor who are having problematic creatures? What can they do to keep them away from their house?
Move.
Well, that would be my
sell the house and move.
It's possible.
No hesitation there, Naomi. I love that.
It's possible that they did something to cause that, to have the Sasquatch in the backyard, because it wasn't just one or two occurrences. It was weekly occurrences, sometimes 3-4 times a week. And I mean, he was being, his whole backyard was trashed. He had the typical Hollywood pool and cabana and all this stuff. I guess they must have. I would tell them to put your garbage out front and have it in cans with and spray the cans with some sort of lavender or maybe some pine scent and put it out front of the house, not in the back. It turned out that he did have a cabana back there, and they did barbecues. And I mean, of course, the scent of that going out there. Never, never give gifts to Sasquatch, whether it be a food gift or a regular gift, because a lot of people think gifting the Sasquatch is a cool thing to do. No, that's a bad thing to do, because they're going to be pissed at you and you stop.
Yes, please reiterate that. I know so
Problem.
many people who think habituating is the right thing to do.
I think that's insane.
No, because if you go away, like the lady we had in Highland, New York, she was gifting them apples. She was putting it on a tree trunk that had been cut down to 3 feet, and she would put the apples out there. And one day she couldn't show up. Actually, for 3 days she couldn't show up. She was taking care of her parents, and she didn't put the apples out there, and they got pissed. They tore apart her whole garbage area. It was a wooden fenced-in area with along the top was a chain link fence along the top to keep out raccoons. That thing was ripped right out of the side of the house. And mind you,
Wow.
the corners were 4x4s that were set 48 inches down into the ground, and everything was just ripped right out.
Damn.
So, I mean, she thought it was a cool thing to do. And she was telling my team that she was having dogman problems. No, it wasn't dogman problems.
Hey, Robert.
Naomi showed us several pictures that she took. And in the distance, we measured the tree where the eye shine was. And the eyes were up 15 feet. So we're talking about
That's
a
a big
massive
boy.
creature. Massive.
DA, for one simple PayPal payment of $19.99, you can get a liter of Steve's the Wildman dog band repellent and
Steve's homemade juice.
Steve's juice.
So Steve becomes an instant millionaire known as the Piss Baron.
Hey, Steve. All you gotta do, you can combine your two passions: making money and drinking booze.
And just bottle the results.
I think of that scene in History of the World. This boy.
I can see you talking to Rachel. Leave me alone, honey. I'm working.
DA, you got to get me some of for when we go to.
This, my friends,
LBL.
is what I have to call a cottage industry.
I've got orders to pile it up.
If they ever settled Howard
can see his
Hughes'
wife
will,
now.
there'd be tons of it.
Yeah.
Steve, I can see your wife now. Here, drink more water, dear. Fill these
More
up.
water. More water. We got a car payment due.
He just got Steve hooked up to an IV and a catheter. He just sat in his recliner, just. I need another liter of fluid.
I'm the only one. Well, I'm frozen up too.
Oh no.
Help.
I'm sorry, Steve. That's just too funny.
Everybody.
I'm
Oh,
gonna ask
there we
for that
go.
one.
Everybody's moving now.
Uh-oh. No such agency strikes again.
I have kind of an interesting thing that's going on at my house, and I'm kind of reluctant to
live
talk
first?
about it. But
What state?
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Yeah, I'm about an hour from the southern tip of the LBL.
Oh, gee, I'm so shocked. What's going on? Okay.
Well, my husband is gone 2 nights a week, and it never fails on the night he's gone. Something, I don't know what to call it, but it bangs on the side of my house.
That is typical Sasquatch behavior. I've read dozens of accounts like that they will only do it when the male of the house is gone.
Really?
Right.
Yeah, they will do it when only the women are home, women and children.
See, I didn't
Naomi,
want to hear that.
I want
Naomi, you know what you gotta do now, don't you?
Move.
No. Before
What's
your
that?
hubby leaves, Give him to mark his territory like a hound dog.
I thought I would contact Steve for that. Send me a leader. I'll send you $10.
Naomi, honestly, if you want a sort of a solution, I would get some red cayenne pepper powder.
Yeah.
And I would spread it around that side of the house and put it on the windowsill.
Yeah.
And spread it along that side of the house. And
Put a couple of game cams out there or a motion activated light because they will avoid the sensors.
Yeah.
My neighbor has a security light, but it's interesting. It's on the other side of the house. I don't have anything, at least that I know of, that goes on at that side of the house. But at this end of the house where there's no security light, then it only happens. My husband's gone 2 nights a week, and it only happens on those nights. I keep thinking it's going to happen on a night when he's home and he can tell me what it is and that it's not a Bigfoot.
Yeah, is correct. That's the reason why they know you're there.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Maybe I should get a dog. I've got lots of cayenne pepper powder.
Depending on what part of the country, because Bigfoot cases that I've read and studied, different parts of the countries, they don't necessarily react well to dogs. There are a lot of accounts of them going out of their way to kill a dog.
Right.
Really?
Especially one that barks a lot.
Unless you're going to get one of them giant 250-pound Mastiff hunter killer Russian dogs.
Those Caucasian Ovcharkins.
Yeah, no.
I know a guy that lives up in Wyoming, and he said that he would see them from time to time on his property because he had a lot of wooded area in his area. And he said, but they never messed with him. And he didn't mess with them. Well, his wife bought a really nice brass wind chime, and they hung it on their front porch. And in the mountains, you get breeze a lot. He said one night he heard it. He was laying in bed and he heard it like jingling, and then it stopped. And he heard a thump. And he's like, well, I'm not going out there. The next morning he goes out. He finds it laying on the concrete pad in front of his house that has been stomped flat.
Oh, no.
Apparently they did not approve of the wind chime.
It's not going to be in tune anymore.
Nick, Terrence says, why didn't they die?
Who? Who's he referring to?
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering about that.
I got involved in a conversation, so I guess I didn't see
I think I missed
some of the other stuff that was
talking about us, DA.
Yeah, why didn't we die?
Well,
that may very well be it.
As I said, the type 3 variant ones are not as aggressive. And not that they would not attack, but they're not as aggressive. And encounter reports on them have said that they're more intelligent. Some of the other variants, they're not so intelligent. They're just plain old brutal and savage. But these guys they were probably amazed. I really don't want to say my real reasoning on the air because it's kind of dirty. But, I think I told Steve and DA off the air why I think they didn't attack them.
I have another question. Are there multiple variants reported in the same areas?
Variants of Sasquatch or Dogman?
Yeah, I have not
either.
No, I have not seen that where the multiple variants. Now the Sasquatch, unlike the Dogman, which we were talking about before you came on, Dogman will generally be 5, 6, all in one little group. But that's the family group. There's not like 50 of them, from all different groups and everything that are outside the family. Sasquatch is different. They seem to be, they congregate. You will find 30 or 40 or 50 of them in one group.
Planish.
Yeah.
There's so many variants.
Well, in all seriousness, Nick, I was thinking one or two things probably spared us, aside from the animal's intelligence. One, they probably figured nobody would be stupid enough to piss on a tree in the vicinity, and they're just amazed at my ignorance. And then the other thing I thought about is, I'm a type 1 diabetic. I'm a pancreatic cancer survivor. God knows what is in my urine. It might have just been off-putting. They could have just
sensed it.
it's like there's something wrong with this. It's freaking me out. Let's leave it alone. And
Or they were
Yeah.
laughing at you.
We don't
or
want
they're
to
laughing
catch.
at me.
We don't want to catch cooties from this guy, so let's leave him
I
alone.
want whatever this dude's got.
It's funny, but it's very possible because Steve, you know, they have dogs. They have diabetes dogs.
Mhm.
You know, that
Yeah.
sense that they're having a problem.
Well, they have cancer sniffing dogs too. I mean, they can detect that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
My-
I was just thinking about it.
This one hospital near me, they have a cat that they let roam the hospital. I guess it's and when the cat goes in the room, the person's dead the next day. So this thing can sense it.
My
Really
son
not.
came home from Afghanistan with a head injury that causes seizures, and he doesn't now. He's moving forward, but for a long time he had a dog that sensed when he was going to have seizures, and so the dogs are amazing at what they can sense and what they
Oh,
can.
yeah.
Nick, do you want to take this question? Or you want me to?
Oh, I believe it's back in 1876, if I'm getting the correct date.
Mhm.
And these were two loggers that sighted some dog men. So
Native American oral tradition goes back farther.
yeah,
I mean, the Cherokee call it the Yolanga Doglala.
right. But there's some speculation as to if they're skinwalker type or what they are for real. But yes, they do go back even further than that. But by white men that were the loggers, they reported that back in 1876.
Mm-hmm.
What's this?
Just
When,
think,
uh,
the best thing you got to defend yourself is a double-bladed axe.
Or a shotgun.
Distance.
Yeah. Distance is always good.
Well,
One
no.
of the
you
YouTubers,
gotta remember, DA, black powder.
yeah, black powder, blunderbuss. There's a YouTuber whose research I like because he presents it in a straightforward way. He doesn't embellish it. He just tells the information as he gets it. He calls himself Matt Squatch. Matt Squatch Presents is his YouTube channel, and I've watched a lot of his videos, and they're great. And he postulates that from different accounts, and some researchers agree, some disagree, but he believes that there are 10 types of variants of Bigfoot, and some of them are vastly different.
Or now, size-wise,
Steve.
which ones are the taller ones?
They say the biggest ones. Yeah, the Gugway are huge and very, very aggressive. They're primarily a meat eater. In fact, they will pretty almost forego anything else. The Patterson Gimlin type tend to be big but more passive. They're more than capable of violence, but they generally don't. You don't poke them; they don't poke you. The Gugway will go out of its way to tear your arm off.
The Gugway that's a word that I've only heard in the last year. I've
been hearing it for a while.
Yeah, but that's actually a new
First Nation people up in Canada. The Gugway
means face eater. I think it's an Algonquin word.
Yeah, the Algonquin Indian, they call them face eater.
Terrence wants to see the size comparison chart again.
Yeah, that's a great chart. Now you can imagine a creature that size, and when we had Ron Moorhead on, he said in Alaska he had something similar to a 15-footer.
Yeah, let me see if I've got those pictures.
What was the size of the foot? About 25 inches?
I want to say he said it was in the 25 to 28 inch category.
I mean, and something like
and
that.
And that was a massive print, and they've documented it. I've got the photos he sent. Let me find them. Oh, here they are.
How deep were they sunk in the ground, or did he say?
He didn't say, but you can get a pretty good look at it from the impressions he sent. I found one of them. Let me find the other one real quick, and I'll bring them up.
Something of that size, though, 3,000 to 4,000 pounds.
Oh, easily. Something that both M.K. Davis and Ron Moorhead were discussing is how much more dense they are than human tissue. He said, M.K. Davis said that if you look at a creature like a Bigfoot type creature and you think it probably weighs 500 to 600 pounds, doubling it will probably put it more in the right category.
That's correct. You got to remember the bone density on these creatures is just tremendous.
And the muscle density as well.
Oh, yeah.
I just lost that stupid photo. Where did it go?
Well, I mean, think about the damage a chimpanzee can do.
Oh yeah.
You know, their strength versus their size is absolutely ridiculous.
There you go.
Twice
This is
that
Ron
amount.
Moorhead and the guy and the other, I can't remember the name of the gentleman that found it. The guy in the foreground is measuring the print. The guy in the background is standing at the next print.
Oh,
And what did he say? It was 13 feet away?
Yeah, like a 13-foot stride. And this is in hard pack rocky soil.
What, like a
How small his foot is.
Yeah. He said they estimated the tracks to be around 25. Although they measured the tracks at right around 25 inches. I'd like to get Ron back on the show again to talk about it again, but Ron's a pretty busy guy. Yeah. Last I heard, he was busy shooting a documentary, so I want to see that documentary, but I would love to get Ron and MK on at the same time. That would be awesome.
I mean, what's what you say? Like a fourth of an inch impress?
No.
I'd say it's probably an inch, looking at the size of his foot. In hard packed soil.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about how sunk down in the grounds. What I'm trying to.
Yeah, well, that's got to be at least an inch.
That's not a quarter of an inch.
That's at least an inch deep. Look at the size of his foot. I'm assuming even if he's got small feet, let's say a size 9 or 10 shoe, that's still a good inch deep.
Yeah.
And he said that was hard packed area.
Mm-hmm. So it's hard pack rocky. And again, the distance apart between the strides.
So he had a 15-footer, and when we went up,
that's a big boy.
When we went up to Highland, New York, that was a 15-footer.
And you also notice it's an uphill angle too. So to have that kind of stride while going uphill, he's a big boy.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Doug,
yes, sir.
This one, I'll give you enough bars to hum for the exact thing. Look up World War II anti-aircraft gun. It's like M40 885.
Mm-hmm.
It's a quad barrel 50 cal. What's that call out for that? That's what you need.
No kidding. One of those World War II era anti-aircraft guns.
It's four
Mod Deuces.
4 Mod Deuces slaved together.
That's a beast. Landon Forbes says, here in central Arkansas and at the Oklahoma line, I hear coyotes yipping and then wolf howl. What is this? Can you tell me? Nick?
To me, that sounds like their territorial, yipping.
Mm-hmm.
And then the wolf's like, yeah, we know you're there. Just don't come down to our section.
Yeah,
that's basically what it is. It's a territorial thing.
Rarely do I hear accounts of dogmen actually howling. Growling, yes. And even one account that said they had some sort of like almost sibilant language. Like it was trying to say words, but they didn't understand what it was saying. Mrs. Chef Yoda says, with the Gugway, do you think that could be the giants that were eating the Anasazis? Tom Horn has written a book called Cloud Eaters, and I wondered if the giants coming through portals. I don't know. I wouldn't in this field. I would not rule anything out, and anybody that does is making a huge mistake, because when you narrow your focus and say it can only be this, you're only going to find evidence to substantiate that. You've got to approach this like Nick is doing with the quad sciences. You've got to approach this from every angle and examine all of the evidence. I wouldn't say no that they might not have been been the ones who were eating the Anasazis. They certainly ate a number of Algonquins.
Yeah, the Pueblo Indians that were being, I don't know what you would call them, butchered, massacred at the time.
Yeah.
They really never found out for sure.
That's absolutely terrifying stuff.
Call Steve Lilly. That's funny. I think if there was a pack of Gugways, even Steve, Lewis, and I can't ever remember his name, the biker guy. I can never remember his name. I think even they would go, I don't think I'm getting paid enough for this.
Even with the sack of rattlesnakes? Or?
Yeah, even with a sack of snakes.
Yeah, it's a shame we don't still have Jonathan on. Can you imagine Joe Ledger coming up against one of these things?
I seriously would love to do a Joe Ledger Clark team up.
Well,
I
that could be
would write
amazing.
that. I would write the hell out of that, or let
There-
Jonathan do it. I mean, I would love to
Well-
read it.
There's a short story that he wrote called Three Men Walk Into a Bar.
Hmm.
And in the short story, Joe Ledger, Malcolm Crowe from the Pine Deep series,
Hmm.
and Sam Hunter from his Werewolf series all get together to solve the same case. And the dialogue between the three of those is priceless because the three hate each other.
I'd
They
like to see
absolutely
Church.
hate each other.
I'd like to see a team up between Church and Gideon.
Oh, that would be interesting. I bet they could share some common stories.
I bet they would.
I am bugging like hell that he couldn't tell us more, but that I'm going to be up all night wondering what church is.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. He shot down your theory, and I was on board with it when you told me your theory. I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
Well,
Now
I
we're
was
both
thinking,
wrong.
I was thinking, the Archangel Michael would have led the armies of heaven. It would be a pretty fair guy to go up against a demon, or whatever the hell Nicodemus is in his stories.
Yeah. Well, he
Yeah.
said he's
Would
not
explain a lot of
supernatural
luck.
in any way, so that's
Yeah.
really compelling to wonder who that is.
Well, you know what would have been amazing if he had a similar story to Gideon, without
That-
sharing any spoilers.
Yeah, I don't want to give away any spoilers. I think we got off subject. We were talking cryptids, and now we're talking books again. But I could talk
Sorry.
books all night. Naoma, I understand you've been writing furiously.
Yeah, I'm not as talented as you guys are,
Oh,
but I do write.
don't say that.
No,
Do
I'm
not
really
say that.
not. I'm much better at helping other people get their books written, and I write because I can't say I love to write. I compulsively write because if it stays inside of my head, it hurts.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I enjoy the horror genre more than anything else.
But you know what R.A. Salvatore said, right?
What's that?
R.A. Salvatore said concerning writers, if you can quit, quit. If you can't quit, you're a writer.
Well, I'd like to find a writer who can quit because
I can't. I will never
can't
quit.
either.
I'll be writing when I'm drooling and it's just gibberish.
I had 8 books in a computer once that I failed to print off or back up, and the computer crashed.
Yeah.
And it was like losing 8 children.
Yeah,
I
Cam was telling
cried
me about
for
that.
months.
Yeah.
I keep multiple backups.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
learned
John.
my lesson.
Use a USB drive.
I
There's
do
no-
that. I keep a complete offline set, and I've got a cloud drive set, and I've got three computers that have backups. Terrence Hill said the Cherokee call it what? They call it the Oolonga Doglala, the OOLONGA hyphen DOGLALLA, Oolonga Doglala. It means
DA.
long dogs.
I said the
Yes, sir.
long dog, isn't it?
Did you show him what 10 pounds of coffee looks like?
I did. It is a hell of a lot of coffee. That's
I
an
had to go back-
impressive amount of coffee, like months worth of coffee. Speaking of
I mean-
coffee, I have a challenge that I intend to do. If we get to pull this off and everybody goes to the LBL, I will be making a large batch of Jay Matoska's coffee.
All right.
Would
Okay,
you show
so
it
I
tonight?
love coffee. Tell me what this is about, because
It's-
I'll be there if it's
it's-
about coffee.
It's a running gag in the books. Jay Matoska, he's based on my uncle Buddy.
Okay, I know the character.
Well, Jay Matoska makes the best coffee, and everybody loves his coffee. And they always ask him, "Hey, how do you make your coffee?" He's like, "I'll tell you one day, but it's not today." He won't tell anybody.
Would you show it tonight?
Show the recipe? Hell no.
No, I'm talking about the coffee I sent you.
Oh, it's in the other room, but dude, I'd have to knock the green screen down, and
Oh.
that's a massive amount of coffee. Thank you. That 15 footer is just too real. That's 2 or 3 tons. I bet he'd probably weigh in the ballpark of a ton at least.
Oh,
What do you
at
think,
least.
Nick? A 15 footer with that much
2
density?
tons is probably 2 tons, I would
3,000
say.
pounds to 4,000 pounds. I was speaking to the Sasquatch guys, the Bigfoot guys down in the Adirondacks, and I had to hand that case over to them because that's their venue. And when I gave him all the particulars, and he spoke to the lady, and he got the pictures, he's saying, we're talking 3,000 to 4,000 pounds. So you're talking 2 tons there maximum, maybe bigger. That's a lot of creature. That's all I know. And then you're going to get the people who say, well, how come we don't see them? Well, they kind of sleep during the day. They hunt at nighttime. That's why. They're in their caves, and they're in their different hiding spots that they're in. That's why you don't see them during the daytime. They're nighttime hunters.
Somebody made a comment one day, and I forgot. I would love to quote them, but I don't know who they are. They were saying that, why don't we see skeletons? Why don't we see bodies? Okay, I've lived in Missouri my entire life. I've never seen a bear skeleton.
That's correct.
I only know very
bears.
few hunters who have.
Mother
I know there
Nature,
are black bears.
Mother Nature claims it back. People don't even know this, but I mean, there's different animals besides vultures that eat things. And,
Eagles eat carrion.
The deer will eat bear bones because it's the calcium and the minerals in it.
Mhm.
You have ants that'll eat it. You'll have beetles. You'll have, a lot of the different animals come down here and take the different parts. And yeah, I saw a deer here in New Jersey with another deer's bone in its mouth. So, I mean, that's not far-fetched at all.
Intelligent creatures. I mean, Neanderthals bury their dead. Why would these things?
Well, that's another theory there, Steve. They say that Bigfoot has a burial procedure and that they will take them away and they'll bury their own.
Terrence says, how do they sustain themselves without being clearly visible? I think a lot of times they're masters of the camouflage. I don't know if there's some people have reported like that they believe that they could cloak and things like that. I can't attest to that. I've never seen anything like that. I won't say it's impossible, but I'm telling you from a deer hunter standpoint how damn hard it is to see a deer in the woods, and we know they can't cloak. Something that has primate level intelligence, it is not going to want to be seen. And if it doesn't want to be seen and it's part of that environment, you're not going to see it. They climb trees. They go on all fours. A lot of times people have, like deer hunters have reported, moving their scope and seeing a stump, and then the stump stood up. When motion is what gives you away in the woods. If you are completely still and you're blending into your surroundings, you're probably not going to be seen. Wouldn't you agree, Nick?
I totally agree with everything you said. Plus, I want to add that the Sasquatch usually stick to the ridge lines. If you stick to the ridge lines, you're not going to be able to see them. Mm-hmm. Now, Squatchman, Greg Yost, I don't know if people on this channel will know who he is. He's a very famous crypto researcher. Mm-hmm. Greg says that they can cloak. They do have the ability, like, I don't know, the only way I could put it to you is like a piece of cellophane. They can turn in such a way, and they are kind of blending in with things. He's had it where he's come upon a tree, and actually the Bigfoot was part of that tree. They were standing right next to a hollowed out tree, and it was inside of it, and they just blended in with it. So I mean, there's all kinds of different tricks that they do. They're like Bigfoot special forces. Yeah, that's true.
I think he was answering the earlier question when they were asking about coyotes and wolves.
Well,
Nick, have you read any accounts of Dogman howling?
Yes.
You have? I have not, but I believe they're more than capable. But most accounts that I've heard of any vocalizations have been growls or like short barks.
Right, but I've had on, oh gosh, I wish I had the paperwork with me here. I got to say, on 9 different interviews of people, they said that they did hear howls, and they the next day when they went outside the door, they thought there was scratching at the door. There were claw marks on the door, and I'm thinking from the positioning that they had, and I've said this in the past, a bear claw mark is going to be close, a dogman claw mark is going to be wide. It's going to be wider. And that's how I'm figuring that this was most likely a dog man and not a bear, because they heard howling, they heard some growling, an awful smell of a urine and blood smell outside the house, which is something else a lot of people don't come across with, and tell them, what exactly did you smell? Oh, we smelled like a wet dog. No, not really. No, they actually smell like urine and blood combined. If you ever combine that together, you'll know what I mean. So, I've 9 different cases at least. I'll have to check my notes, but I know it's at least 9. And I've spoken to these people, and it's been out there at their residence.
I read one account that happened just outside LBL. A guy had a doggy door in the back of his house for his German Shepherd to go in and out.
Right.
And he came downstairs because his dog was going nuts, and there was a dog man trying to crawl through the doggy door.
I read that account.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dear God.
Imagine that. Fido comes up near the door and it snags him.
Oh, my God.
Doesn't it? Want to read something so bad?
I have the opposite.
Gideon's
I start reading something and then I have to write it.
Terrence Gideon's an interesting character. If you haven't read about it, he first shows up in the second book of the Apex Predator series, and I start dropping hints about him all throughout the next several books. You don't find out more, not the big reveal happens in the 4th book of the Apex Predator series, Steve, the most recent one.
Yes.
And then there will be more to come after that. He's a very interesting character.
I say he was cursed. And,
definitely. He doesn't look at it as a blessing.
And because he was cursed to live for a long time, you can't kind of kill him too easy. So that's what I'm figuring. But we'll see.
Shot, stopped, and blowed up, sir.
We'll see what happens.
Speaking of stab, this is that new knife I was showing you, Doug.
Nice.
See how damn thick it is?
Oh, yeah.
Is that a 1/4 inch?
Every bit of it.
Well, since you brought up knives, I will talk about one of the places that I use in my books. I feature them quite heavily, especially in the Codename Wild Hunt books. But that's the good folks over at Scallywag Tactical. This blade right here is called the Bounty. I have one, but the blade is black, and it's essentially a short sword. None of their blades are made for demonstration purposes. These are sharp, functional blades. And check them out at scallywagtactical.com. A lot of their gear features heavily in the Codename Wild Hunt books, and they make some of the best blades in the business. They are outstanding blades. I have 3 of theirs. I have the boarding axe, the Bounty, and a knife called the Gunner's Mate, and they are absolutely fantastic. And while we're on the subject of talking about people that have gear in the books, let's go ahead and mention Dark Angel Medical. I carried a Dark Angel Medical kit throughout my law enforcement career, and Kerry Davis shows up in the books, Kerry Pocket Doc Davis, it makes some of the best kits in the industry. I staked my life on these kits. I still carry one. Their motto is Vita Vel Next, which is simplicity under stress. And these kits they make kits all the way from what they call an ouch pouch, which is your basic first aid kit, all the way up through the heavier kits, vehicle kits. What I have is called a DARK kit, DARK, stands for Direct Action Response Kit, and you can plug a bullet wound and stop a hemorrhaging chest bleed. Yeah, they are fantastic kits, and you can get them at darkangelmedical.com. If you go there, I believe they're running a special right now, and tell Kerry Davis that D.A. Roberts sent you.
Also, you forget his warranty on the kits too.
Oh,
Doug.
yeah, you have the kit for life. If you buy one of the Dark Angel Medical kits and you use that kit to save a life, you document it and you send what you didn't use and the pouch and everything, send it back to Dark Angel, and they will refill the kit for free if you've used that kit to save a life.
Wow.
Since we're doing show and tell, this is a K-Bar BK2.
Ooh.
Okay, 5-inch
Nice.
blade. It's a 1/4 inch thick. This is this is an all around. This is on my my go bag. If I need to take down large branches with it to build myself a little shelter, definitely that's one of the things I would take. It's a BK2 K-bar. It's not my combat knife. The combat knife is my Zero Dark 30, which is double-edged, on both sides. I just love that one. But as far as a utility knife, this thing here, it's just amazing. You wouldn't believe how solid it feels and everything.
K-Bar makes good knives. I have one that I carried on my duty belt when I was still a cop.
Well, this one here is hand forged, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
This is limited run. The guy, he just started making this particular one, and he took them to Blade Show, and either it didn't sell or what have you. And I just happened to be awake when he posted the sell.
One of those rare opportunities that high quality knives go on sale.
Yeah, that's
something to that effect.
Lifetime opportunity. I was at a Filipino Kali training class one time, and there was this world grandmaster there, and he was talking about some iron reed Kali sticks that he had. And I said, gee, I'd really love to get some of those. Where can I get them? He goes, they don't sell them here in the United States, but he goes, here, you can I'll sell them to you for $20. You cannot get iron reed Kali sticks for $20 any place. A lot of the other students at that class, they were kind of PO'd at me because I bought the stick.
Well, I don't blame you.
Anymore. Hey.
They're probably worth triple that, won't they?
They're a lot more than triple. They're about $100 a piece if you really wanted to buy them. I love these things. I wonder if I even have them down here with me. I'm gonna go take a look.
Hey,
Yeah.
Doug.
Yes, sir.
Did you see how fast those that knife that Skywag put on sale?
Oh, they were gone in hours.
I bit the damn bullet and bought the reground because it was like, I want to say, if I saw it right, it was like 50, 150 or something like that in the 3 different categories.
Mm-hmm.
And that would look just like gone. It's like, well, shit, good thing I bit the damn bullet. $250 from 250 down to 100.
Yeah, that was a hell of a deal on those knives.
I'm waiting. I'm wondering when he's going to drop the Valhalla.
I want one of those Valhallas so bad I can taste it.
I told you, you. I don't know if you've seen it. Go on Scalawags, go underneath the Valhalla, and they've got a notification tab.
Mm-hmm. I did that. I don't know that I'll be able to afford it because it's fairly pricey, but I want one.
Oh, well, that's why I said start saving your pennies up, honey. I've already budgeted the money. This is going to be a limited run. It ain't been seen in 2 years.
Several of those that I'd like to have, but I can't justify the expense. And unfortunately, I just blew my fun money on that pistol. So
that's a nice pistol, though.
What'd you buy?
So I've been looking for a Ruger target pistol for a long time. You wanted to have a 22 to take my son out shooting or whatever. So I was visiting my parents, and I went by Cedar Falls Tactical, my buddy's gun shop, my favorite place to buy guns. And he had just gotten in on I guess on consignment or something, a Ruger Mark IV target in stainless steel, and it's a $700 gun. The previous owner had sprung an extra $100 for the hardwood grips for it, and put a Picatinny rail on it for an optic.
Sweet.
It's about a $950 gun. I got it for $525.
Sweet.
And when he showed it to me and I saw the price tag, I was like, "Take my money now." And
yeah. I can't wait to go shoot that thing.
I posted a picture of it for Doug, and he's like, "Damn, it's got that single button takedown, so it breaks open like an AR. There's a button right below the bolt. It flips open, it lifts off, and the bolt slides out. You could tear it down faster than a Glock."
That's beautiful.
It was absolutely amazing. The old Ruger Mark IIs, you had to, make a pagan sacrifice, drop a virgin's blood on it, and dry fire it 3 times, and it was a pain in the ass.
Write a haiku.
Yeah, write a haiku.
I think my grandfather has. I think it's a Mark II or Mark III. The 22 Rugers. You talking about the ones that look like a Luger?
Mm,
Yeah,
not really.
not like one. No,
It looks kind of more like the 44 Auto Mag that that Clint Eastwood carried. It looks like a slightly smaller version of that.
What caliber is that?
It's in 22. It's a 22
just
target
22
pistol.
long rifle.
Oh.
Yeah, just 22 long rifle.
I think
I'm gonna
it's
send you a
the
picture
20
of it.
Dude, if that thing had a threaded barrel and was fitted for a suppressor, whoo,
Well,
that's your
they make
match grade
threaded
assassin's gun right there.
Sort of look like this. This
barrels.
is the Browning
I just
Mark.
sent DA a picture. Let's see if he can put it up for us.
I will do so, sir. Uno momento, por favor.
No,
I think
What
it's
were you
either
holding
two-
up a minute ago, Nick?
Oh, I was
Okay.
showing you the collie sticks, the iron reed collie sticks.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Go ahead, Nick.
Oh, let me put this down here. These are the collie sticks that I picked up. $20 for the 2 of them.
Nice.
And I mean, these things are like, and they're really easy to wing around and everything too. They're just amazing.
Nick, when I
You
was
said
in
they're
the
solid
Philippines,
iron?
It's called
Oh.
iron reed.
yeah, but
Oh,
it's
the
very hard
wood
wood.
is.
Yeah,
I thought it was actually
I was-
iron.
No.
Nick, when I was living in Manila, I watched a guy get killed with a pair of those. I was in Metro Manila at the wee hours of the morning, and I watched these 2 gentlemen having a fight, and the one of them was dead at the end of it. It was pretty impressive to watch.
Oh yeah. They actually have they're full contact fights, and they actually have them in Jersey City, New Jersey. The world champion over there was in attendance, and I guess they had some grandmasters there too. It's amazing. They go in the ring and they go 5 rounds, 3 minutes a round, and usually nobody comes out after the first round.
I'll pass.
One guy goes, that's it, no more.
I don't want to get my ass kicked by giant chopsticks.
Unbelievable.
Oh, thank you.
They're flying
You know,
around like helicopter blades.
You were talking about a suppressor on that 22. They do make a threaded barrel for that model, and the barrel's about $200-300. And Ruger sells the suppressors for about $400.
But then you got to get the tax stamp too. So
They get the tax stamp. I have no need for it. But
the beauty of a 22, a suppressed 22, and it's not really a silencer. The beauty of a suppressed 22 is the 22 caliber is one of the few that can be almost completely silenced. The main noise you're going to hear is bolt slap. You hear clack, 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 clack.
I'm really looking forward to playing with it.
Terrence, thank you for jumping in. You had lots of great questions. We appreciate you being here. So you feel free to ask questions anytime. I try to get to as many of them as I can.
Terrence, you must be on the East
Interactive
Coast.
show.
It's
Yeah.
1:47 on the East Coast, Terrence. I guess you're going to bed.
I've still got to get Roger to give Steve host access so he can help me field these. When I'm the only one with host access, I'm like trying to do 9 things at once and I miss questions, and it's a lot easier when everybody has host access.
Yeah, I'm basically a spectator in the show officially, but yeah.
Although he does pull information and just text it to me.
Yeah, I try. I've got my phone and my tablet. And if you ever see my head down, I'm not screwing around on something. I'm working, trying to help. I'm using a laptop, so I don't have a second screen. So I've got a big old iPad Pro that I use as my second.
Hey, whatever works.
Hey, you do what you got to do. Okay.
Nice. I did not know that.
I have not shot the Mark IV before. I took a pistol class in college. This kind of thing that somebody with my athleticism uses for a PE credit. And they had a Ruger Mark IIs in there, and I enjoyed them, but I hated the teardown process. And I had a Mark II 2245, and I barely exaggerate on how difficult the thing was to tear down. I was so amazed when I saw the one button. Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, I think that's what my grandfather has is a Mark II, because I remember looking at the cleaning process and they said it was a damn nightmare.
I would imagine.
You've got to dry fire it, release this clip, invert it at like a 45-degree angle, dry fire it again, pull this piece out, and then you go to get the thing back together, and it never quite lines up the way you took it apart. So then your sights are all left up. You have to readjust them, and it was a pain in the ass. And
that sounds like a pain in the butt.
Like I said, the teardown on this it's like an AR. You hit the button, whole thing just lifts off. It's like pulling off the upper receiver. And I was so shocked. I mean, it was like a 2-second teardown. And then the thing is heavy as hell. So you exhaust your 10-round magazine, you now have a club.
That's what I was telling Doug the other night. My white elephant, the one I want to find is a 4-inch blued 357 Ruger Police Service 6.
Nice.
I have a 38. I want the 357.
Well, Naomi and gentlemen, I got to go and bid you all adieu.
See you later, Nick. It's been fun,
Nick,
man.
thank you for coming in. Thank you for coming on and telling us about your new project. I'm happy about it, and I'm looking forward to the group meeting when we talk about the expedition to LBL. I cannot wait. That is going to be fantastic.
Oh, my God. I've got all the security all set up already, and I do have several people attending that I know of. So this is going to be really good. Oh, by the way, we're going to be doing daytime and nighttime. So we'll be out there, 12, 1, 2 in the morning, trampling around.
What's the date and how many gallons are you going to need from old Steve?
We got 4 people on the security detail, and believe me, it's definitely enough. All right, guys. I'll talk to you all later then.
Nick, thank you. Thank you for coming on, man.
Good night.
It's always great to have you on, brother. You're welcome anytime.
It was a pleasure meeting you, Nick.
Same here, Naomi. Bye-bye.
Good evening.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Doug, before I forget, I picked this up tonight. This was in our magazine rack.
Oh, nice. My mother, when I was a kid, we lived in New Mexico for almost 10 years. And one of her favorite things on the weekends was to go look for old ghost towns, like old mining towns. I couldn't tell you how many of those old ghost towns I've been to in New Mexico. Some of them were pretty amazing. Some of them we had to get to by horseback because there was no roads to them, which to me was just freaking awesome.
Yeah.
I grew up on horseback.
I did too. I spent a lot of time in the saddle, and I really miss it.
Well, understandably, with a bad back, you don't.
Yeah. It's been a long time since I've been in the saddle, though. I've been living in town for far too long. I love my wife to death, but she's kept this country kid in the city for way too long. I grew up where you could walk outside, and on a clear day, you could see your neighbor.
Yeah.
And now that farm we had, last time I was up home, we drove out by the old farmstead, and it's a housing development now, and it made me sick to my stomach.
Oh.
It did. It just made me sick. I looked out the places you remember the old gigantic G.I. Joes? The big tall
the real ones?
Mm-hmm, the originals. Yeah. I had one combat vest and everything. And for whatever reason, little idiot that I was back, this was about 1974 or 5, somewhere around there. I thought he died in battle. And I wanted to give him a soldier's funeral. So I got an ammo crate of my dad's, and I laid him out with all his gear, and I put him in the ammo crate, and I buried him in the backyard behind the apple trees and forgot where I buried him. That either somebody has found that, or there is a mint G.I. Joe with all his gear with the full battle vest buried somewhere behind our old farm. He's still there. I never found him. I told my wife that story. She's like, "You are a moron. Do you know what that's be worth today? Like if I hadn't have buried it, it'd be destroyed. I was a kid.
My G.I. Joe was Barbie's boyfriend because I thought Ken was too girly.
It was too milk toast for her. It was.
That's funny.
And all of my Barbies, their legs were broke because we had model horses and we made the Barbies, and their legs
That's
didn't
funny.
work that way.
My sisters used to get mad at me because I would go in and remove all the heads from their Barbies and hide them.
Well, you talk about
And then the zombie
horseback.
revolution.
You talk about horseback as he's some kin to us, if I remember correctly, off my great uncle's side, and he has a bunch of horses. And I asked him, I saw him the other day when I was getting parts for the lumber company, and I just joked with him. It's like, you got a draft horse I can ride?
Yeah.
I want to break a horse. I want to break a horse. I need a draft horse, man.
You're not kidding.
Percheron.
Yeah,
Riding a
Percherons are
Clydesdale.
beautiful.
Huh?
You're driving a Clydesdale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, there are
Clydesdale,
Clydesdales that are black. They are
Yeah.
beautiful. Google black
Are you-
Clydesdales sometime. They are
Are you
beautiful.
talking about Clydesdale or Belgian black?
Clydesdales. They're black Clydesdales. There are a few herds here in the States, and Budweiser won't touch them because even though they're pureblood Clydesdales, they want the ones that are the russet color. But
Yeah, the
black
russet
Clydesdales, in my opinion, the black Clydesdales are prettier. They're just beautiful horses. They got the black coat, that shiny black coat with 4 white socks and that blaze. Beautiful horses.
I have to look that up. I've heard of the Belgian blacks.
Mhm.
Let's see, it's Belgian black, Clydesdale, Shire,
Percheron.
Percherons are
French
usually
one.
black, but they come in other varieties
I
too.
thought that was one with the speckled
Perches
coat.
are very smart horses.
They're one of my favorite breeds. My favorite breed is the Gypsy Vanner, but never had the opportunity to ride one.
I've never ridden any of those. I would love to. All my time in the saddle was on quarter horses.
Yeah, well, I think mine was too. My favorite story was I was actually on a quarter horse that was a cutting horse, and I didn't know it. I went off in a dead run across the field, and my sister was behind me, and she yells up, "Hey, I forgot to tell you that's a cutting horse." And I went, "What?" Turned around and did a 180-degree turn with the horse. Horse did the 180-degree turn. I was sitting on the ground looking
Those things
at
will
my
turn on
ground
a
going,
dime.
I was like, there was a horse under me about 5 minutes ago. I just did a belly roll right over his shoulder.
I had a couple buddies that used to do team roping, heading and heeling. No, I could never master that. Those guys were astonishing watching them.
Yeah. My sister was into, she's got about 14 horses left, I guess. But for a while she was raising Pasafinos, and
Nice.
they tap dancing horses is what I call them, because they do their little tap dance on the boards. I don't like a horse that makes that much noise.
My ex-wife had a blue roan foxtrotter, and that was a gorgeous horse. I never saw a horse that color before. It was almost purple.
Yeah.
And, it was really neat.
I think the blue roan is just about the prettiest coat there is. I
Yeah,
love
those are
them.
beautiful horses.
Mhm.
Well, folks, we are coming up on the 4-hour mark, and we've covered everything I've set out. We had Jonathan Maberry on the show. Well, he's an astounding guest. Gave us a lot of good advice, especially for writers out there. Check all his books out at jonathanmayberry.com. We talked about the Dixie Cryptid channel. Go over to YouTube and check out the Dixie Cryptid channel if you have not before, because they are awesome. You'll get some of the best stories on cryptids, narrated by Cam Buckner and Naoma. They're outstanding. I had three of my short stories that I gave to them that they narrated, and those are like miniature audio books for free. Go over there. Look them up. Those are there. And I just recently had an interview over there, and it was awesome. They have a great channel. They have two channels, actually. What If It's True and Dixie Cryptid. So check those out. Give them a like and subscribe, and tell them DA sent you. And it's been a great show tonight, folks. We've covered a lot of territory. And for those of you that came over from the Dixie Cryptid channel to check it out, we got to talk about Steve and I's Dogman incident. And it's pretty astounding because you could have seen the color drain out of my face when I saw those pictures, because at the time I didn't see it. Steve didn't see it, and we were fat, dumb, and happy, and got in the van and went and ate lunch and thought no more of it. But it was,
I was behind the camera.
yeah, you were filming it, and I was the one with my back to it. If it had been there, you can bet your butt. If I'd have known it was there, you can bet your butt my back wouldn't have been to it. But it's a crazy.
I love you, man, but I would run off and left your ass. I'm just saying.
I would not have blamed you. You
wouldn't have had the opportunity to.
Yeah. I don't think we were going to outrun them. Even though we were that close to the van, I don't think we'd have made it. And of course, we got Nick from the North American Dogman Project talking about his new project. And Nick looked at the footage and the pictures that we had, and when it comes to Dogman, I trust Nick more than just about anybody I know. He knows his stuff, and Nick even said, I think there was more than just one. I think that eyeshine was other ones that were in the area, and I'm really, really glad we didn't see them, because I know me, I probably would have, for one, I probably would have drawn my pistol. And had we made it out of there, I definitely would have needed new pants.
Well, I mean, DA, I was wearing my brown pants.
Good for you. I was wearing blue jeans, if I recall.
Were you wearing brown underwear?
Yeah, well, they would have been afterwards, I can tell you.
I was going to say, I would have had to burn the ones I had afterwards, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'd have been standing naked in the backyard while somebody high-pressure hosed me off. It would have been bad. That's how you make your neighbors pay for the privacy fence.
There you go.
Oh Lord!
I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. Jonathan Maberry, you were fantastic. Nick, you were always welcome here, brother. You're like family over here on D.A. Ex Machina. You've joined us many times, and you are welcome anytime, my man. Your knowledge and your experience is just a wealth of information for us and for everybody that listens to the show. Naoma, thank you for joining. You are so awesome. I love your narrations. I can't wait for you to write your own stories, because I want to hear them. I don't care what you say, write them. One time, and I can tell you, I can go back and find some. I've got volumes of crap that are never, ever going to see print because they're terrible. Every writer goes through that. Writing is like any other skill. The more you do it, the better you'll get at it. The more you read, the more your writing will improve. And you're an avid reader, and you have a wonderful imagination and a great voice. I love hearing you do your narrations. You are just awesome. And I appreciate you joining us. And I wish nothing but success for you and Cam on your channels and your endeavors. And I cannot wait to work on my Steve Lilly story, and to have Cam narrate my Codename Wild Hunt books. I think that is going to be fantastic. And Josh, thank you for coming in, buddy. You are always a hoot and a half. Sometimes deciphering your hillbilly draw is a little tough. And I'm pure blood hillbilly. I'm not poking fun, but sometimes you'll say something, I'm like, hell, I didn't even catch that one.
I'll be honest, there's been a time or two.
Coming in on 11-hour work day.
Yeah, you work a lot of hours, my man. Just take care of yourself, and thank you for taking time out of your day to hang out with us. And I appreciate you. I appreciate everything you do, man. You're a hoot and a half to talk to. You've helped me a lot on the books. You're one of my alphas. And it's just a pleasure to know you, sir. And I want to thank everybody in the audience tonight for coming in and joining us. If you have an account you would like for us to discuss on the air, you can email me the account at the email address that is scrolling across the bottom of the screen right now, daroberts@daroberts.net. You can check out all of my books at daroberts.net. And if you're a writer, there are writing tips in my blog. So check those out as well. And go to jonathanmaberry.com, and he's got a section where you can also download things to help beginning writers. Great guests, great conversations, great stories tonight. And I want to thank all of you for joining us. Welcome. You guys are all family. you're part of the DA Ex Machina family. So thank you guys. Thank everybody for joining us. And I hope you guys have an amazing night. And we will see you on the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us tonight on DA Ex Machina. Follow DA on social media and check out all his work at www.daroberts.net. Good night, and don't forget to lock your doors.